Good luck.
Hey everybody, welcome back to really lots of lore. I'm ThomasPatrickWX or TPAT, and I'll be running some Legends Arceus any percent with the cutscenes in the spirit of really lots of lore. We will watch every single cutscene for this run. And I'm joined today by also fellow Legends Arceus speedrunner Crisis. Crisis, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Crisis Taurus. I can call me Crisis. I'm from the UK. I'm actually glad that this is actually happening 2 hours earlier, so I can actually sleep at a reasonable time. And I'm also going to be explaining both the gameplay mechanics and the plot really badly. So, you know, believe me,
because
I have a script for this. It's only going to get worse as the run goes on.
That's excellent. I'm so excited for this. But yeah, this is Pokemon Legends Arceus. And if everyone is all set, which I assume we are, I will count us down because timing begins from this screen. And here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo.
All right. Woo!
All right, so the plot. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, go with the plot because we have an excellent cutscene that's like right off the top.
We have
here.
a very long cutscene. So the plot begins with Arceus sending us all the way back in time to Agent Hisui. Why? My guess is probably that he was probably bored one day and thought it was funny.
That's honestly my theory too. But as everybody knows, is that when you get sent back in time, there's one really important thing that we mustn't forget, and it's that.
It's called, yes, I'm pretty sure the developers of the game really loves a certain anime that we will not mention here, but definitely has the protagonist taking their mobile phone into another world. So, you know, I think they definitely inspired from that one.
But yeah, I mean, if you're getting sent back in the past, don't forget your phone. And Arceus is so kind to kind of
why would you want your phone
us.
when you're going back in time? There's no cellular data back then.
True. Are there also chargers?
There's also no charger, so how are your phone's just gonna die in like 30 minutes or something?
Arceus, buddy, can you recharge my phone? No, that's what the Pokemon are for, right? Like, you just get yourself like a Pikachu or a Plusle Minun and have them like rub their cheeks like against your phone as the
actually Elekid is actually the size of a US outlet, right?
Yeah, just stick it like on their head. Yeah, but
anyway,
Legends Arceus is a game for the Nintendo Switch. It is a mainline game. It's like the prequel to the Sinnoh region game. So we are in the Sinnoh region, which here is called the Hisui region. We're way back in time, like Pokeballs just got invented, and people in Pokemon don't necessarily live in harmony yet. There are like some edge cases where it's like, hey, these guys are like pretty docile, and we're like kind of okay with them hanging around, but it's like a lot of people are kind of nervous, like even having like a Starly or a Bidoof or a Geodude or anything. Like that's like, ooh, it's a little risky to have a living rock inside your home. But these three, our starters, are being cared for by the professor here, which is Professor Laventon. And yeah, they seem pretty friendly, but they're gonna run off in like just a second here.
Are we just gonna gloss over the fact that we fell out of a portal from the sky and landed and be completely fine?
I mean, the beach was probably pretty soft, right?
I mean, I don't know how close we felt from the ground, but if it's a very high, we should have had at least like 2 broken bones. But instead, we're just going to be able to perfectly pull off this successful crouch cancel that you're most certainly going to be doing right now.
Yes, because there's this glowing thing. I took it pretty
There
safe.
we go.
Oh, is that? It is. This is our cell phone that we found. It also fell from the sky. It was a little bit in the distance there. It resembles our phone. Oh, it looks like our cell phone, but it's now the Arc phone.
Yeah. The Arc phone is going to be a useful thing. It allows us to open a map and give us clues for what we should be doing next. We already know what we should be doing next. And the occasional Arceus sending us the dank meme here or there. But it's definitely canon.
I did just finish watching the terminal montage Legends Arceus video. It's so good. It's a masterpiece, by the way.
Oh, it is.
Encapsulates this game so good.
The only difference is that we're not actually getting the Rowlet, we're getting something else. Oh, spoilers.
Oh, yeah.
Spoilers for something
so
that will happen 10 minutes later.
Yeah, so this game features, like, nearly the first, like, full open world experience out of Pokemon. I say nearly because it is still divided up into 5 different areas plus the village area.
I mean,
so it's not quite like Scarlet and Violet where the whole region is full on open world. But it expands off what Sword and Shield did, which was have the wild area, which was like an independent area. Here we have like more like 5 independent areas.
but before that,
and
we're
since
actually
everything
learning how to catch Pokemon. And unlike games where you click a button and you have to catch, this time you have to aim. You have to actually aim in a 3-dimensional space. Right here, T-Bag's going to try and do a little trick where he's going to try and catch one Pokemon and activate the cutscene of being able to not catch the second Pokemon immediately. This is mainly due to the fact that the game runs in some triggers where the first 2 Pokemon you will always catch, the third one will always break out on the first attempt and then be caught on the second attempt. It's always scripted like that. But how we can try and minimize time is by doing the catching animation while talking to Professor Laventon, and then being able to break out, and then have the Pokemon break out just as that cutscene is over. You do have to also mash pretty fast with this, or just use Turbo Controller because that's legal. To be able to do this, if when Turbo wasn't legal, if you mash too slowly, you don't get that trick going.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of RNG to it. Effectively, the breakout animation is happening at the same time that we're talking to the professor. Sometimes there are 2 types of breakout animations. There's one where the ball will kind of do like this 3 hop in the air and then break out. And there's another one where it just immediately breaks out. In this case, we want it to do the long one. So that way it gives us enough time to clear all the text boxes. So that when we get control of our character again, we're supposed to throw a ball and then have it break out. But it basically instantly breaks out because it was already doing that animation. We're just overlapping 2 of our tasks at the same time. There's a bit of RNG to it. I got it. And as Crisis just mentioned, Turbo is allowed for this game. I believe this was the first Pokemon game where Turbo is allowed for the main leaderboard. So I am using a Turbo controller. This is the 8-bit-O. And I'm just fat thumbing the A and the B button because, like most Pokemon games, you have to hold down one button to get the text to speed up, and then you just
in this game, it's one button to hold, the other button to mash.
Yeah,
for the fastest text.
Weirdly, it's not like that in Scarlet and Violet. There's no
Scarlet and Violet is just fast if both buttons are turboed.
It is just wild.
So yeah, right now we have been to complete the Pokedex from Professor Laventon. We're not doing that, but because that's a completely different category, and we'll be here for at least 9 hours.
It would be very much a really, really long-a-thon kind of run.
And I say we've been asked, because if we say no, he'll just infinitely ask.
Yeah.
Also, he said, I say ask in quotations because if you say no, canonically he'll ask you again, but I like just to think that he will just send out the Cyndaquil to burn us alive if he says no.
Well, we caught the Cyndaquil, so.
But we gave it back to him.
We did.
So, even though we caught it, it doesn't actually count in our Pokedex that we actually caught it.
Not yet.
And for at least 2 of them, it won't be until
the post game, which will be after time ends.
So right now we're meeting a wonderful cast of characters who you may or may not get the references to, because most characters here are a reference to another character. There are a few who are not references. We'll get to.
Are you saying they're like ancestors, perhaps? We went in the past and now we're meeting these familiar characters like great grandmothers and grandfathers?
All right, you get your one joke. I'm gonna get you back with a different joke later on. Trust me. Yes, they are ancestors, and I do actually like the what another word for it. I do actually like the way how they portray the ancestors in here, where the ancestors you think are bad, the ancestors do you think are bad are actually not that bad. the answers you think are good might be more bad than you think.
Interesting. Yes. But the two main companion characters are Rei and Akari. And it is kind of assumed that since we're from the future, and since I picked the boy character, we're actually Lucas, and Akari is our companion from the past, and the other way around, if we pick the girl, we would really be Dawn, and then Rei would be the ancestor companion character by our side.
That should be the case, except Arceus also gave us amnesia as well. What a wonderful guy, isn't Arceus?
We don't really know who
taking
we are.
away from our friends and family, sending us back in time with nothing but just a t-shirt and some flip-flops.
It's true.
And
our phone.
And our phone that just does whatever the plot wants it to do. And yeah, what a wonderful guy, I think. Right?
Apparently, that's what we fell out of, by the way.
Yeah, he also just decided to fall us, I don't know, 500 feet
from
in the air.
From the mountain. That was a long ways away we fell.
Yeah. I mean, surely he doesn't do it twice.
Surely he didn't do that to anyone else either, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
Right. Oh yeah, in terms of other plot stuff, Silene, the main person in charge of the survey corps, it does not trust us yet, and so so we're going to be staying here for the night. However, tomorrow we're going to be doing a catching trial where we have to catch 3 Pokemon.
There's a cutscene.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is cutscenes. First,
there's a cutscene.
And
so we fell from the sky
Imagine if there's a
via one of these.
That would happen.
Weird weather around here. Whoa.
T-Pat, did you predict this in the weather report today?
You know what? That looked like an isolated thunderstorm. So I think like 5% of people got rained on, but 95% of us probably didn't. But the lightning was loud enough that everybody heard it the next day.
Are you sure? I don't think anyone actually mentions the lightning at all.
Yeah, they did. It's like right here. It's like, oh, crazy weather last night.
You know what? It's been like, what, a year since I've actually paid attention to any of the text in this game?
Yeah, Akari mentions it right here. It was like, oh, hey, did you wake up to the thunderstorm?
So, anyway, but the test. So, we're going to have to be catching 3 Pokemon. Specifically, a Bidoof, a Starly, and a Shinx. If we do not catch the 3 Pokemon, those 3 Pokemon, we
will
are sent to die.
Literally.
Those are the exact words.
Yeah, so we're in the Galaxy Survey Corps building, which is in the center of Jubilite Village. Think of like your Attack on Titan like divisions. There's the Survey Corps, there's the Medical Corps, and then there's like an Infrastructure Corps, I think.
Yes.
I think.
It's something along those lines.
I don't know. That or like a Defense Corps or something. But the only one we're concerned about is the Survey Corps. Again, same like Attack on Titan.
Right? Yeah, only one core matters. The other 2, they exist. That's all you have to know.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's what we have. We just have a satchel.
The...
We have great drip, by the way, and they're gonna make us remove it later.
I like their drip.
But before we actually go sent to our untimely demise, the professor's actually going to be kind enough to actually give us one of his Pokemon.
Oh, hey, it's these 3.
Yeah, the ones that actually just like us for some reason. Despite the fact we came from out of nowhere. And as with all speedruns, we don't pick the grass type because...
Pokemon game.
Because there's only
the best
one...
starter, obviously. The boy... Here
we picked the boy, Cyndaquil, who will become a God, what's the middle evolution for? I can't believe I forgot the middle evolution. Quilava, that's the one.
Quillspin.
No, it's gonna become its final evolution, Quilava. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what you're talking about. 3rd evolution. We only see 2.
We'll see. We'll see how strong this bad boy can come up to. But yeah, the gimmick of this game is that, like, oh, that's kind of a random, like, set of starters. It's not Piplup, Chimchar, and Turtwig, though they can be found in the Hisui region. The gimmick of the 3 starters is that their final evolutions had regional forms that are different than what we are used to. So Typhlosion, for example, is a ghost type, ghost fire type Typhlosion, and not just a regular fire type here.
Samurott is a water dark type, and Decidueye is a grass fighting type. But oh hey, another reference. It's It's Volo.
Oh, it kind of looks like Cynthia, right?
I mean,
you know, got the hair swoosh going on.
I mean, I don't know. He might have a Garchomp hidden somewhere. Who knows? Anyway, he's gonna challenge us to a fight because, you know, with a new person, he wants to know what we're made of. He's gonna set out a Togepi.
Yeah, this is like the classic like rival one, and while he's not like our true rival, he is like a companion character. And we get our first look at the new battle mechanics of this game. They are completely different from any other Pokemon game. Whereas instead of at the beginning of a turn, you choose a move and then your opponent chooses a move, and then the turn activates, this is physically one Pokemon at a time. So I get to choose a move and the attack happens, and then my opponent gets to choose their move and the attack happens. And move order can be doubled up based on speed and based on moves. For example, if I actually had a quite fast Cyndaquil, after my second quick attack, I might have been able to move again before the Togepi would have been able to move. And that's a mechanic that we're going to abuse later in the game, where instead of priority moves, it's more like an initiative type of system. So think like D&D, where like everybody has their initiative order, except we can advance our own initiative order or slow down our opponent's initiative simply based on the moves we use, or another new mechanic which is called Agile and Strong Style. So obviously, like, quick attack would increase your initiative, whereas moves that would flinch, and flinching's not a mechanic, flinch just slows down your opponent's initiative. It's not perfectly like that. There are some, like, the math doesn't quite work like that.
There's
like agile,
huge
like you would
amount
think
of math
agile style would increase your initiative, but it actually slows down your opponents, which is very weird. But you don't have to worry about that too much.
Yeah, I will say about that. First of all, I want to say a little fun fact about the fight. You can, even though you only have an attacking move, it is a way to actually lose that fight. It is incredibly difficult and requires you to get Togepi double crit. It is technically faster if it's ever happened, but it hasn't really happened in a speedrun before. The second thing about Agile is you are right about the Agile move. If you use an offensive Agile move, it does decrease the opponent's speed. But if you use a status Agile move, it actually increases your own for some reason.
It's so dumb.
And all status moves actually have an increased thing anyway. Also, a little cool tech is that Tifa actually deposited his Pokeballs way earlier, and by doing so, you talk to Akari. The game thinks you don't have any Pokeballs because you accidentally threw it all like an idiot, and just gives you an extra 20. So that's just 20 extra Pokeballs.
Pity on us. She was like, "You wasted all your Pokeballs already. Okay, here's some more." But like, we only just stashed them away. We'll grab them later. And having those extra Pokeballs is actually really nice.
The game is trying to teach us the three types of Pokemon that we'll fight. There's Bidoof, which really does not care about our presence. There's Starly, which will run away from our presence.
Skittish.
Because it's... Oh, actually, there are names. I didn't know that. And then
That's how I describe them.
And then there's the next Pokemon, which is going to be an aggressive. Who's going to be aggressive, who will look at you and basically want to be that little punk that wants to start a fight.
Exactly.
Except some of them are actually scary.
Yeah, those I don't know if that's like the official name, but that's how I describe them. Docile, skittish, and aggressive. And then we just get an example of each of the three. You'll find that a lot of Pokemon that spawn at night are actually quite aggressive. And that will come into play in Area 3, where you are just surrounded by things that are mad at you. And
oh yeah, Area 3 is a fun one.
You gotta be quite careful. But yeah, like this is very much the tutorial area of the game. Like we caught the starters. Now we're getting a little taste of one of like the true sectors here. But on our next visit will be like we'll get the chains released. It's like, okay, you're off on your own here.
Right, you get to go through half the island. You get to go through half of the area. Oh, nice, like 10-second time loss.
Yep, nice 25% or so breakouts. We're trying to catch the Shinx in battle. The game literally
does force you if you do
battle.
KO it, just another Shinx appear and you have to catch it. So you are forced to catch these 3 Pokemon even if you don't want to. I think most people, when they do their casual playthrough, keep 2 of the 3 Pokemon in their team. Keep 2 of the 3 Pokemon that they catch in their tutorials and just work with that. I most certainly did. And we're kind of going to do that. We are going to be replacing our entire team with an entirely new team later on, halfway through. But a lot of these Pokemon are going to be staying for at least the first 2 islands before they get placed in a pasture, which is, I guess, a better life sentence than a box.
Yeah, so this game is interesting in that, like a traditional Pokemon game, you would find your main Pokemon and you would focus completely on that Pokemon to level it up, gain it experience, get it the best moves, and sweep through the game. But this game is a lot different because it is not a battle-focused game. I think there's only like 10 fights that we have to win, and because
I was gonna say, I thought there was just like 10 fights total.
Yeah, I think there's 10 fights we have to win.
Yeah, because
there's like
a lot of
3
these
in
new
Area
Switch
5.
games, they give us the ability to lose the games. Anyway, we're gonna tell Silene that we've actually passed with flying colors, which is apparently a lot better than most members in her team anyway.
Yeah, but as I was mentioning, like instead of focusing on that one Pokemon, the 2 reasons we're not going to do that is 1, there's not even that many fights we have to win, and thus we're not actually gaining all that much experience through the game. So we'll have to kind of replace our team with higher level members anyways. And secondly, it's the battle mechanics of the game do not allow for a more traditional setup and sweep. Whereas if I'm faster than you, I move first. And if I KO'd you, okay, the turn is over, and then you'll send out your Pokemon, and then we repeat that process. In this case, because of the initiative style of the battle mechanic, what will at its most basic level is I will KO the opponent's Pokemon, they'll send out their Pokemon, and then it's their turn, and they will KO me, so I will have to send out my second Pokemon and KO them, and then they'll send out a Pokemon and KO me, and that's going to happen with, for the most part, some of the later battles where there are 4 or 5 Pokemon on someone's team. If we want to knock out 5 of the opponent's Pokemon, we're going to need 5 of our own. And that's overly simplified, but that's the biggest reason why we can't just focus on having one Pokemon and then leveling them, because the opponent's going to get a turn to attack us and ultimately
There's only
KO us.
one scenario where that you can actually use just like one Pokemon and sweep, but that only really applies in Catch-em-all, and that only actually applies in the very end of the game. Like, what I mean by very end,
we
I mean
actually
not
have
in
access
the
to
post-game.
the setup items.
Yeah,
Because there
we
are
actually
setup
do
items.
we actually do get access to the setup items way earlier than you actually expect. I believe you get them when you get to rank. It's one of the ranks, but it's actually an earlier
5?
rank. I think it's rank 4, I believe. I believe it's rank 4. You get the individual ones, and then you can then make the recipe to then combine the 2. But in this category, we don't bother. Anyway, this grown man sumos us across the room. By the way, this grown man is actually the commander called Kamado. Great. I love the names.
Yep.
Definitely based off a certain other character. Well, I wonder who it is. And
with that kind of mustache, it'd be hard to miss.
And he's basically saying, "Oh, cool. We don't trust you yet, but welcome to the team anyway."
Yeah, sure.
That's the TLDR. I was like, we could use you in our team, but you know, we're keeping an eye on you just in case you don't do anything shady.
And we're getting the last piece of our tutorial, which is crafting. So, you know, very Breath of the Wild, like gathering materials in the open area in order to craft you know, recipes or other materials or weapons, and etc. etc.
While there is a shop
for-
in this game, crafting is going to be our main way of getting the majority of our items. Mainly
the
because
main thing is
actually
the
cheapest
Pokeballs,
way.
is that we're gonna craft Pokeballs off the top here, and there are a couple other very useful items. We don't get access to them right away, but we will craft a handful of some very useful speedrun tech items.
Yeah, items that I swear no one has used in a casual playthrough, because why would you?
It's funny because in my casual playthrough, I thought smoke bombs were the way to go, but it turns out stealth sprays are actually infinitely
Everyone
more
thought
powerful.
smoke bombs were the way to go, even
Yeah,
when you see everything. But turns out, there's
stealth
actually a
sprays are
better
just
item.
literally the best. It's
Well,
it's a matter of would you
we'll get
rather
to that.
be invisible or would you rather be silent? And the answer is you'd rather be silent.
Yes.
Because Pokemon are already blind unless you're standing directly in front of them.
Yeah.
But
So we
Pokemon have
finally
a
grab
great
ourselves
sense
the Pokedex,
of hearing.
Yeah, I suppose. And the Pokedex is actually going to be the very important thing. Unlike other Pokemon games, where, with the exception of Let's Go, you don't actually need to do anything with the Pokedex. In this game, the entire gimmick is on the Pokedex. In order to progress through the game, we need to get at least up to rank 5. Right now, the game is actually forcing us to get to rank 1 before we are able to leave. To do so, we need to complete research tasks on a lot of our Pokemon. So research tasks can range from just catching them and not being caught, to catching one of different genders, to battling with them using Agile, using Strong, using a specific move. There's a lot of research points, and this entire speedrun is based on getting to 8,500 as fast as possible. Right now, our task is to get to at least 500, so that should be a pretty easy thing. And one of the things we're actually going to be doing is not only getting to 500, but also over-leveling our Pokemon pretty early in the game. Not compared to Scarlet Violet.
And this is why Cyndaquil is the starter of choice. Because in the early stages of this run, like in the early inception, we thought, oh, water type's probably best type. And it's not the next battle, it's the second battle that we do is like actually quite a hard wall. There's a very tanky Munchlax that was very difficult to handle. And we would pretty much just like throw everything at it. And the problem with the Munchlax was not only was it tanky, it also had the move Rollout, and it could start sweeping you if it had a high power rollout. So the idea is, how do we get really high level really fast? And we're only allowed to explore portion of Area 1, Obsidian Fieldlands. There's a bridge that we are not allowed to cross yet until we get to the next rank. And in this little sector, there's mostly like Wurmples and Weasels and more Shinx and Starlies, but there are Beautiflies that are approximately level 20 or so.
18 to 20.
18 to 22, actually.
Actually, sorry, 18 to 22. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, we can get... And our level 7 Cyndaquil will be able to defeat a level 22 Beautifly.
Well, it should be level 9 by then, but yes.
I get level 8 on the first one.
Oh, you're doing something a little bit different from what I'm used to, because I have
I'm
not
gonna
run this game in
I'm gonna
over
go
a
for
year.
2 Wurmples instead of Starly Wurmple.
This is definitely a newish and some new strats that I've been out of this game for at least a year, but I do know majority, especially in the beginning. You want to know a little fun fact about Cyndaquil?
I'm actually gonna take it safe. I'm gonna go for this Wurmple because I'd like to at least.
Little fun fact about Cyndaquil: it was actually considered by many early speedrunners to be the worst starter to pick.
Which is funny.
But then we realized the Beautify strat, which was actually talked a little bit about in the very early, but people thought it was actually too slow to do.
Nice
and then we found out that actually, wait, if we use Cyndaquil, because we were still using Oshawott back then, but we found out if we use Cyndaquil and do the Beautifly Gambit, we can actually be over leveled and actually just be able to do a lot of the fights a lot faster. So
yeah, that Munchlax is just infinitely safer as well.
Yeah.
This was good. I actually did get all 3 of the Wurmples. Because what I'm gonna start thinking about here
Is
get
you're gonna do a little
ready.
thing going up here, which you're kind of not supposed to a little bit, but you do.
You
You can.
can definitely get here though. It's not like super crazy.
And here we're gonna be catching everyone's least favorite Pokemon to catch if you speedrun this game. It's called Shinx. Shinx has so the catch rate is kind of weird. What you're supposed what Peepa is trying to do a lot of the time is trying to backstrike a Pokemon.
The backstrike one broke out.
Yeah, the game's catching mechanics catch rate is kind of weird. So
whatever.
anyway,
I got all three.
anyway, so what he's trying to do is he's trying to go behind a Pokemon and backstriking. While it's helpful for catch rates, it's actually more impactful for the Pokemon he's about to fight here, known as the Beautifly. How the game mechanic works in terms of fighting is when two Pokemon get sent out, whoever has the highest speed stat will go first, and based on speed, it'll determine the turn order. But if you start a fight with a backstrike, the action speed of how this game determines speed is you will always be 0.
Ooh, very good.
And the Beautifly will always be 1, and will always get stunned at least for 1 turn. You can sometimes get the 2 turn, but it's not always the case. The burn is actually really good, and the Sunspore is actually also really good because Beautifly
that was
has
fantastic. I don't think I've ever gotten a
parts.
2-shot on the Beautifly before.
Not to mention,
very
a nice thing about this game and status effects is that we got paralyzed then, but now we're no longer paralyzed. So this is going to be great.
Yeah,
there's still some bad things that
temporary.
can happen here.
Okay,
wow,
that burn is a little more lame, but
that one's fine, except the fact that you're actually a pretty slow Cyndaquil. So
and this is why Cyndaquil's the best against these Beautiflies, because I have access to rollouts. Hello.
The thing is, you will be thinking, wait, doesn't Ember just straight up kill? Why are we using rollout? That's because Beautifly has a secondary task. Not only does it have a task of it being taken out, it also has a task to be taken out specifically by a rock move. So we actually plan the Beautifly a lot of the time to be taken out. You catch 3, you try and burn. You take out 2 with a rock move and 1 with just Ember, and that will give us all the points that we need for Beautifly. In fact, thanks to the Sunspore, you didn't actually need to use rollout.
You're right, but I'll take the 20 extra points.
Yeah, you take the you take the 20. You are risking a 10% chance to miss with rollout, I believe, if it's correct. A lot of moves actually don't.
But it wasn't dangerous because I didn't take any damage like at all. Like I could take a tackle, especially on the 2nd or 3rd Beautiflies when you're at a higher level and thus have more HP. It's just a lot safer. So it was fine, but I did it standard. By the way, I'm just doing evolutions now, which is very interesting that also this game, evolutions don't just take place the moment you get to level. You actually have to indicate that, oh, it is time for you to evolve now. I got 2 Cascoons, which is weird to get on the initial.
I think that's
2 initially.
Because now you just need to evolve 1 at night, and you should be good with the.
Right, but I have to deposit them.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Make room for the other one. By the way, this was just found recently. Is I'm exiting the area this way because it skips a cutscene from the professor. He usually like tells you about how like handing in research works. For some reason, he skips it if you just run out that way.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, it saves like 8 seconds or so.
Damn, it's an 8-second time save in my splits. Good to know.
And I'm doing something very like you just saw me flip through my Pokedex really fast. I've created a local video clip. So think like screenshotting your stats, but as a video clip, I have screenshotted my research, but all of it by flipping through the decks very quickly. And with that, it's just going to confirm like other little research tasks that I'm looking for. The key one that I want to see early is Bidoof has a goal for being a large specimen, and I'll either need a large specimen or I need to defeat one in order to get enough points to finish Bidoof's entry.
Yeah. This is where the game becomes a little more interesting when it comes to routing or routing, and that is because there's a lot of variants that you have to account for. There's the variants of sometimes you get Sunspawn Beautifly, in which thus you can either go for safer strats or go for the extra point. Sometimes you get variants where you catch 12 Bidoofs and none of them are heavy. Believe me, when we used to do that as the old route, that actually happened. The chances of that actually being happening is really low, but that did happen to me. There's a lot of variants that happens in this, and a lot of the times we have to adapt to what the game chooses to give us. Anyway, Cylene's happy with us. They're all happy with us, and yeah, we take a rest. We go into the next day, and Akari decides to challenge us to a fight.
Nice.
Where this Pikachu, surprisingly, was also a pain back in the Oshawott days, where we had to use Shinx, and it takes us at least 3 turns to actually fight. And the Shinx had to be level 9, because if not, it would be considered a bad fight.
Wow, level 9. Imagine being level 9. Oh, by the way, my Quilava's level 18. I am double that level.
Yeah, another fun thing about this Quilava, 17 Quilava sometimes doesn't KO the thing.
I'm just going to tell this just as like a housekeeping note for you, Crisis. Because I'm using a different OBS because of this is a marathon setting, my local recording is in a spot I don't know where it is.
Oh boy, well that's gonna be fun.
It routed to somewhere and I'm trying to like figure out where it is. Because I'm like, the clip didn't come up.
I'll try to keep track of things.
Oh, I got it
nice.
You're right, I am slow.
Quilava. Oh, that's nice.
So that can happen. Thankfully, I did break through paralysis. Because you do one-shot this Pikachu, it is very rare for you to be outsped.
No,
so
yeah,
I'm definitely minus speed.
Your Quilava is the slowest Quilava in the world.
All right, let's see if I can find out where my...
While he does that, this is actually the game's tutorial of actually giving you agile styles and strong styles. This is also the introduction of the trick of the person who can actually teach you moves. Fun fact, we're not using that ever. This is used in CEA to teach our big alpha Pokemon that, oh my god, that's a spoiler, but big Pokemon later for teaching like strong moves like Drain Punch, because how we deal with like the battle mechanics is that if we use a move that heals, we can actually just use a Pokemon forever, the same Pokemon. But yeah, this is the tutorial giving us strong style and agile. Simply put, strong styles increase the base power of our move by, I believe, between 10 to 20 depending on the move itself, and also increases our accuracy decreases damaging attacks accuracy by 10% and status moves by 20 %. But at the cost of losing our action speed, which actually makes us be able to hit twice.
I didn't activate my hotkey. So I hit my hotkey and it just didn't make a clip.
Boo!
Boo! Hey,
oh,
Bolo.
Look, it's the character that's definitely teaching us how to backstrike a Pokemon. He's definitely not going to backstrike us later, right?
Like in the back, maybe.
Like in the actual back.
Yeah, right. Please don't.
Anyway, you may have noticed us miss Bidoofs later. This is because we actually want our party to be double Wurmple, or sometimes a 1 Wurmple, 1 Starly, depending on the situation. Now we're actually going to be catching Bidoofs. The first one actually broke out because I actually noticed that. We are going to be trying catching a lot of these. Starlies is definitely a Pokemon we want to catch without them being noticed, so we want to see the dots go away, and then there you go. No heavy Bidoofs, that's fine. And then you try and catch these, and then throw this. And then you try and... Actually, you don't need to catch the Shinx, do you? No, you don't, because you already caught 3. So you can just avoid this Shinx. And then... This is actually the fight that's actually was a real pain.
Real pain in the backstrike.
That is true. For those who don't know,
instead of using Quilava, which again can prompt the rollout from the Munchlax, we're going to use the Luxio, which is going to have a much easier time tanking. Not rollout it's just going to go for tackle because it's going to do a lot more damage. Not enough to KO us, but hopefully my Luxio is not as slow as my Quilava was, because I'll be using Bite and Thunderfang, which traditionally are moves that can flinch, but in this it's like a higher action speed.
It gives
and it should give me a free turn here.
So how action speed works is that there's a counter, and when the counter goes to 0, that is your turn. When you use moves like such as Bite and Thunderfang, it increases their counter by a set amount.
And you can see it in the top right of the screen. Yeah. And see, I just moved twice in a row. because I got that. I'm just a bad Luxio.
Okay, so this Luxio.
Cool.
Oh, that's fine. You get more research anyway. It means that it means if you crit the Goomy, you're not screwed.
Exactly. There is a backup for that. I can use Luxio.
There is a backup, but again,
against
the backup's kind of slow. We don't want to go for backups here. So this is I believe her name is Mai.
Yep.
She's actually one of the wardens, and he asked us for a favor. She wants to deal with a certain infestation of Cricketot that we're going to have to deal with later. But before that, she's going to explain to us about the Almighty One that they worship. And even if we say that we already know, she's still going to tell us anyway because of the Pokemon.
The illusion of choice.
Yes.
Yes. Almighty Sinnoh.
The Almighty Sinnoh, their deity of choice. However, as you notice, this is the Diamond Clan, and they believe that their deity controls time. We're going to see a different clan later on who believes their deity believes in something else, and apparently the two clans do not like each other. But well, we'll deal with that when we deal with that. Anyway, right now it's actually going to be very important. We're going to be catching a lot of Pokemon, and we're going to be seeing another crucial task that a lot of Pokemon have, which is feeding. A lot of these Pokemon...
And feeding's the worst because you can tell how slow it is.
Yeah, feeding is a very slow task, but it does have a benefit, which is the fact that they do increase the catch rate of any Pokemon that you fed. And even if you go into a battle, if you give them... A little fun fact, if you give them a raspberry, you feed them, and then you go into a battle, they still have the bonus catch effect of the raspberry.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you saw me, because I ducked into the grass.
So Geodudes are kind of like one of those Pokemon that we... So there's some Pokemon that we consider that we must do no matter what. Those Pokemon like Luxio, Shinx, all these Pokemon are considered must-dos. But then there's also a lot of Pokemon that we do where it's like, oh, if it's convenient, we'll do it. So
yeah,
Geodude's one of those...
It's looking like Geodudes were pretty mean to me. Going up the ledge here, Geodude's one of those very aggressive Pokemon. And if I can sneak one in... I usually like going for it, but if all three are going to be mean, it's just like, just go, just go, just go.
Just go.
And the best way to do this game fast is to just go. Like, don't wait for stuff. But there is a balancing act because you can get screwed over by just, like, ignoring stuff quite frequently. When I was starting to get, like, to the intermediate, high intermediate level of running this game, I was getting very frustrated at, like, things breaking out. Like, Raspberry, Backstrike, they didn't see me, and they would just break out. Halkery, who is the record holder, gave me a bit of advice that said, like, the best thing you can do is, A, assume everything is going to break out. And when you're doing that, then you're just, like, taking a little extra time to make sure that, like, Pokemon are getting in the ball, even if it means you have to stick around and throw a second or third ball at them. You're just going to have a much more consistent speed run over time, and then you can get faster, and then you can get to the point where you can just go fast.
Just casually 340. Just casually. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so one of the things to mention is that this is definitely a more movement Pokemon game. The main thing is that if you're not moving, unless it's a cutscene, it is slow. And wow, that's so many emblems. Oh yeah, we completely missed the fact that these are alpha Pokemon. These alpha Pokemon are far stronger than normal Pokemon, for the most part, but they are also very, very aggressive. So when we can, we do not want to deal with them at all. This might be, depending on the situation, one alpha Pokemon we may interact with, but that depends on if certain things either go or don't go our way.
And the aforementioned Halkery and Shady Gamer X, who are easily the top two runners of this game, they've gotten to the level where they start to do some very ridiculous and non-consistent stuff in the name of just going faster and for speed. Catching, like, Pokeball trying to catch that Alpha Cricketune, 10% chance, but you can win the fight in a turn if you catch it. It's horribly inconsistent, and you would never recommend that to anyone not going for world record.
That's a 10%
do the same thing, win in 2 turns.
Damn, they're really going for those 10% strats. That, I mean,
you do
I
get
mean,
research points for
I'd say
catching
that
an
that's
alpha
crazy,
variety for cricket team.
but the thing, I'd say that that's crazy, but you have to understand that this is 43 minutes in a 4-hour run
4 hour.
doing a crazy strat. Not unreasonable considering the fact that we do a category in a different game that only has about a 35% chance of actually conceding and of actually doing, and that's the final fight of the game. I'm talking about Arvin if you don't know about it.
Ah, yes. Oh, Path of Legends, man. Ugh.
Hey, I didn't say that was my favorite category. I just said that was a thing. Anyway,
I still don't have a heavy Bidoof.
yeah,
you
I know.
said that
Yeah, I
you
was
you
paying attention to your top right hand corner. You didn't have one.
yeah. It's almost
So
like
yeah,
nice to have like somebody else like have a second pair of eyes because like everything happens so fast. You're moving, you're catching, you're feeding, you're running, and then like the research stuff is popping up like in the corners of the screen, but it's like I don't got time for that right now.
well,
Just
thankfully
keep
this
moving
game's
along.
hitbox is not as bad as Scarlet and Violet.
See,
Although,
it's the wildest thing to me in the world.
yeah.
Aha.
So
Hey, the thing worked.
after,
The
after we do that, we get told about our Pokemon. We also get told about some of the noble Pokemon. That one of the Pokemon that we saw is Weedia, and he actually trusts us for some reason. We don't know why. Also, the Pokeballs that we just stored all the way earlier, yeah, now we get them because it's
yeah, we get those
most
back.
optimal. And we get to see, coming right up, the leaders of the two clans. Adaman, the leader of the Diamond Clan, who believes that the Almighty One is the ruler of time, and Irida, the leader of the Pearl Clan, who believes that their Almighty One, the Almighty Sinnoh, is the controller of space. They both do not like both of these clans do not like each other because they both believe in the same deity being something different. So I guess you could say one believes that the other is a waste of space, and one clan believes the other is a waste of time.
This is true. Oh man. By the way, it is faster to just warp to the front of Galaxy Hall. Warping
Yeah,
is
the
so
one
fast.
useful thing for my phone. So, yeah, so that's going to be so the whole thing is that they both believe in a different deity, and we're gonna have to help each of them out on occasion. And jokes on them, both of them exist, but both of them aren't the Almighty One.
Can I say
But we're
something
not
funny
gonna
that
tell
I
them
just
that.
did a little bit of speed tech? The fastest way to go upstairs is to dodge roll up the stairs. Have you
It's
ever
actually the
tried to do
fastest-
that? Have
It's
you
the
ever tried
fastest way
to
to go up
dodge roll
any-
upstairs?
It's actually faster. Just even the hill, it's actually faster to dodge roll up instead of It's just anytime you want to go up, it is slightly faster to dodge roll than it is to run. It also conserves your stamina meter, so we didn't actually convert this in terms of movement. Right now we have the two basic forms of movement. We are going to get a faster one in just a moment, but right now the two main forms of movement while on foot is running and dodge rolling. Running is the fastest form of movement. However, there is a stamina meter. The game does not tell you about. Well, the game does tell you, but the game doesn't show you the stamina meter at all. And so you're only gonna
Game
you
tells
only
you
know
when
if you
you're
run out of
out.
stamina when your character starts breathing heavily. So
And then once you're
after you
out of
stop-
stamina, you go very slow. So the fastest
luckily,
from
dodge
there
rolling
is to dodge roll.
So yeah, the whole thing is about running and then dodge rolling. So it isn't.
In fact, you're gonna see me dodge roll
Faster.
twice down the stairs, which isn't faster, but it is literally to conserve that stamina meter. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I will be out of stamina by the time I get to that point.
Yeah, that is. I don't know who did a lot of that movement. I do want to take some credit for some of the things. The Pokeball deposit, the Pokeball withdraw, the Pokeball like withdrawing the Pokeballs early to get 20 extra. That wasn't my idea. I think it was found by, I believe Shady that found that one, and we're just using it we've done it in CEA, and we do it in any percent now. But I do want to take credit of when we withdraw because that was actually my idea. Of
Nice.
hey, we can just withdraw from when we respawn instead of what we used to do, which is actually withdraw when we walk back to the camp here. It was like, well, there's a box right, and also when we deposit. was also my idea as well. I want to take credit for that one. Because it used to be we deposited the Volo, like after that whole cutscene, but it's like the box is right there. Just deposit before, way faster. So I do want to take credit for those 2 slight optimizations. There is one major thing I will take credit for later. Anyway, here's the guy who probably is the richest person in any casual playthrough who will tell you how to increase the thing. Nope. Also, he somehow has the power to stop you warping before leaving. I don't know how he has that. We can't
warp out of the building. We are forced to take that cutscene.
Yeah, you can't warp.
Hello, we've been trying to reach you about your extended warranty. That's that guy.
Yes. Also, you need to make sure you warp to the right place. There you go.
I already did. Yeah, I got it.
Because
you give me too much credit. I'm gonna make my. Oh, this is why I need to stop.
You don't want to rest.
The buttons did not work out.
Turbo moment?
Yeah, turbo moment.
Yeah, turbo moment. So anyway, you're going to be depositing some of the Pokemon, mainly because we want to evolve some other things. We do want to evolve a Starly, and one of the interesting things is that a Pokemon that can evolve, but we choose not to, actually gain 20% bonus EXP. So the Starly that we have, we're trying to level it as much as we can, so we don't want to evolve it quite yet. So here we're
also, I did look specifically for an opposite gender Starly to evolve, because I'm going to be evolving too.
Yes, it's actually kind of optimal. Here's a new strat that I actually have not done myself, which is known as
that's good.
A Paris strat.
I just need to get this other one to be caught. Okay.
So
it's everybody's favorite Pokemon from this game, right?
And we're going to be burning it to a crisp, because that's what we like to do. We're going to run away. We're going to be here. We are trying to find some interesting spawns. So Kricketot is obviously a Pokemon we do want to fix. But sometimes we can actually have an interesting Pokemon spawn known as Pichu and Pikachu. And there we consider bonus Pokemon where we only catch one specifically for the points and not intended to actually complete them. So here we're going to be catching a few more Bidoofs, like 4. This will be number 5.
By the way, I did miss one of the Kricketot catches earlier, which is why I specifically... No. Oh, he's going to shout me.
They're going to shout, yeah. Alphas are scary. They're also very aggressive, and they will attack you without any hesitation whatsoever. So
and it
when
doesn't
you see
matter
an alpha,
even if they're common. Oh God!
No, he's following you.
Oh, he's so mad.
He is mad. You annoyed him. Also, no heavies. Just letting you know.
Oh, so I have to defeat one.
Yeah.
Well,
if you don't want the points, if you don't, yeah, you kind of have to. So here we're gonna be doing a little bit of feeding. Yes, those bunnies do know how to hear from a long distance. Psyducks are kind of oblivious until you catch one or fight one, and then all those Psyducks become together and try to unionize and try to knock you out. You do have to be incredibly clever. Also, Psyducks are kind of dumb sometimes.
Just like that one. You literally said it on the spot.
Yeah, so
I did at least catch that Psyduck.
Yeah. So some Pokemon are very clever, and some Pokemon are oblivious.
Let's see who gets this one.
The AI is also Psyduck. A little weird. Sometimes the Pokemon AI is a little weird because they sometimes don't work. Oop, that's the wrong button.
I just wanted to see where I was at research-wise. I actually want to fight this one.
Yeah. So.
Oh, the Baneri broke out, but
yeah, Baneri does have a bad catch rate, but thankfully with a lot of Pokemon, there's actually like a couple of ways to deal with it. Ideally, with Baneri, you want to catch 3, feed 3, but there is the backup of just catch 4, feed 1, and that's also good. Or catch 1, feed 3 with 2 undetectables, but that one's like more swag, but a little bit harder to go. For.
This is actually pretty good. Yes, go for it.
Yeah, so I'm Sofnum, by the way, everybody. Been sitting here in the background. But I would like to bring everybody's attention to the bid war that we have set up for this game. Can Crisis or Tom explain what it's for?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
So at just after the 3-hour mark, and it will be after the 3-hour mark because we are watching the cutscenes in this game. When we get expelled from the Galaxy team, we're going to be teaming up with either the Diamond Clan or the Pearl Clan as our main companion. So Admin and Irida, who we just met, they were feuding with each other. We'll be picking one of them to be our companion. So that's what we will be. That's what we're donating for the incentive in the end game of this run. Donating for Admin is the Diamond Clan, which means we will catch Dialga and then fight Palkia. And Irida's the other way around. We'll be teaming up with the Pearl Clan and catch Palkia and fight Dialga. The final noble battle at the end of the game is effectively the same, but the legendary we catch does come with different strats, whether we have to catch Dialga or catch Palkia. So pick carefully, everyone. So we would like to see, again, if you donate now, that bid will be in the lead. So we certainly are going to encourage everybody to help us out. Or if, like, you don't really care about if we fight or catch whichever legendary, just if Irida's your best girl, like, vote for Irida. And if Admin's your best boy, vote for Admin. Like, we don't care. Donations
I've actually
are
had
donations,
someone
and it's
say
all
to me
for
that
good.
Admin was the best girl, and I 100% agree. Anyway, plot things.
Yeah,
This
I do want to just mention. So the donation thing is we're still kind of working on it here, unfortunately, but trying to get it set up. But we will. It is $20 to $20. It is completely tied. So, as said, the next bid will take it over. So, thank you for letting me interrupt here.
Oh, perfect. We love that.
No problem. Anyway, plot reasons, plot things. We have talked about apparently a Pokemon that has gone into frenzy, a noble Pokemon that has actually gone into frenzy, and one of the representatives of the noble Pokemon being this kid. He doesn't want us to actually like meet him and like try to like make them feel better, but what they're trying to do is we're trying to find a way to make this frenzy Pokemon feel make it better, because it's now going on a rampage and like hurting everyone and hurting all the Pokemon around it, and we're now trying to figure out a way. And apparently the way we're going to do it is apparently we are going to throw food at it. So that's what we're going to be like having the Eureka moment where we're going to be pelting it with food. Momentarily. Unfortunately, what we would like to see here is with our research points be at 1800.
Oh my god! Oh my god! My Baniri is finished. I caught 2, but both of them are unspotted, so I got enough points to finish Baniri. So I don't even need to catch a third. Psyduck, I still need to catch a third.
Yeah,
and I do need to defeat a Bidoof. So I'm like checking. I'm scanning my research right now.
Yeah,
I did get Silcoon. If I see a wild one, I will catch it and evolve it later. Otherwise, I'm just kind of set in stone where I'm at.
We would prefer to do something known as... We would prefer, if we're trying to go really, really fast, to get ourselves 1800 by this point, because that actually gets us to the next rank afterwards. The main reason why is so that we can do something known as catchless and research. Excuse me, catchless and researchless. So I
almost never go for it anyways. I'm not only never in a position to do that, it's almost like not even worth it for me.
Initially found in a later point in a way where we would most likely be doing catchless and researchless, but it's really difficult to do it here. But if you're able to do it, you actually do save a number of seconds, because you normally get the whole thing of, hey, here's the Pokedex, here's the Pokemon you caught, here's the research points that you've done. And that can actually be skipped entirely, but we do need enough research points to actually leave, and we didn't quite get that.
Yeah, it was 80
we were actually
short.
very close. Like 17 is actually not that bad of research points now.
It was totally fine. In fact, what I'm missing is literally just a heavy Bidoof. If one of my 6 Bidoofs I caught were heavy, I would have 110 more points, and I would have had enough to get the rank up. And that's just
And
all I'm
also-
missing is something completely RNG based.
Yeah. If you get the RNG, it does save like a good amount of seconds. There is one place where you're most likely going to be attempting research lists, and it's actually something that I suggested that we should do because it just saves time.
Oh yeah,
time.
there's absolutely one area that we do it, and it is completely researchless. It's almost ridiculously fast.
Well, we do have to be.
But yeah, I'm gonna
incredibly
not do
careful. Anyway,
Geodudes at all.
Yeah. Anyway, weird year. We got
nice
talked
shaking.
to. Okay, you're fine. We got talked to the Diamond Clan, and they gave us the flute that allows us to summon some noble Pokemon. So there's 10 noble Pokemon, 5 that are going to be helping us, and 5 that we're going to be fighting. Weird Year is going to be the one that we're going to be giving us as to be able to fast travel anywhere we'd like. Well, not fast travel, but we're able to like go to places a lot faster, as is our mount for pretty much the entirety of the game. The reason why Adamant gave his flute up to us willingly is actually because he doesn't know how to play.
He can't play the flute.
He cannot play the flute. Apparently, we can play the flute. I mean, I don't know about your flute playing, but
So this is one of the things I'm going to see if it gets in. Okay.
Yeah. So I can't play the flute, but apparently this game assumes that we can all play the flute. It's kind of like the Sun and Moon moment where apparently we could play the flute all this time.
I'm a little worried that even with Quick Attack, I might not be fast enough. I am only level 19 for this battle, but I think I'll just...
Oh yeah, I forgot. There's actually a fight before this. So Irida still does not trust us because one thing to notice about these people is that they do not believe in using Pokeballs to confine the Pokemon. So actually, you're gonna see right here, there's no firm throwing Pokeballs. They're just saying, "Hey, Glaceon, come here and do this." I wish we could do that without.
Honestly, yeah, I kind of like the way they do this. So this, oh, that's a great crit, by the way. The Glaceon is actually quite fast. It tends to crit us back, but it's not gonna matter. If we just go for like Ember or even Agile Ember, the Glaceon will Quick Attack and get 2 moves against us. So we are trying to prevent the opponent from getting 2 moves against us by using Quick Attack. So that way it's a normal I go, you go, I go. The Quick Attack plus Flame Wheel strat at level 19 tends to be a range, which means it's not guaranteed to KO. But at level 20, it's much safer, but it's still a range. Getting that crit on the Quick Attack was very necessary. Especially since I got crit back.
I don't know who suggested this. Yeah, this is a very nice stretch to save animation. While T-Pat is gonna be controlling, I forgot we're gonna see the cutscene of one of the brand new Pokemon in this game, who is currently angry and in a frenzy because apparently it got struck by a lightning bolt out of the sky, and is now just completely angry and chopping everything down. And this is actually gonna be our first boss fight. It's actually gonna be interesting because unlike other Pokemon games where we just hit the attack button and do damage, we're actually gonna have to move around and actually do a boss fight traditionally because while we can send out Pokemon, it's actually just straight up slower to do so. So we're actually just gonna fight traditionally. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna try and essentially keep the Cleaver in that one place right there. So what we're gonna do is I think you want to get stunned. So you want to get stunned. You want to then go out of its way away from the spinning attack. And you want to go close enough to it so that it can then go to the wall and then slam itself. And then basically kind of keep it in a stun lock for as long as we can. When it gets to about halfway, we're going to have to then throw the bomb up so that we can try and get some extra damage hits.
It's invulnerable right here until like now.
Yeah, so right here we're going to try to do the same thing again where we're going to try and stun lock it on the wall, and here we're going to have to move back kind of quickly because this thing actually does spin attack relatively fast, and then we're going to go back in and we're basically going to repeat the same thing and basically just make it use its 2 attacks again and again. There's actually a slightly riskier but slightly faster way where if you stand right in front of it when it does a dash attack and it dashes into a wall, you can actually make it so that it dashes, but you don't take the hit
Yeah,
and
it's
you
something
can just pelt it even more.
I mentioned it like right away, and it's off of that first movement. I noticed it wasn't quite in a wall crevice in the right spot, so it was far more risky to try that strat. Basically, like if it's at like a 90-degree angle to a wall and you are like right up on it, it's basically its hitbox is its arms, its axe arms come down and actually hits the wall before it hits you, allowing you to just get extra beanbag hits on it. I wasn't able to show that off because it wasn't quite in the right spot, so I played it a little bit safer, but it ended up being pretty fast anyways.
Yeah, this is honestly genuinely a very good fight. Really, it's nothing really the fight went very great. It could have been better by trying to implement like the very few movement that the cloth can do and just make it just stuck in one place for an eternity. But yeah, this is actually not that bad. Anyway, we're gonna do some final evolutions just so that we can get some more points so that we can then leave with like 1900.
I'll probably have 2,000 plus.
Actually, yeah, you'll probably have around 2,000.
I'm gonna have a lot.
Here,
and I'm finally evolving these Starlies. One of the Starlies I won't be bringing back, so I need to do it now, otherwise I have an extra menu. The other, it's just like, that's as much experience as it's going to get. I don't think we mentioned this, but the Ride Pokemon, Weirdeer, and all of the Noble Pokemon will either be brand new evolutions, or regional variants specific to the Hisui region. And that is what we'll keep an eye out for.
Inconveniently, they do not count for our Pokedex entries, so, you know, that's like the inconvenient part.
Yeah, 2220.
Yeah, that's going to be fine for the next point requirement, which I believe is 3,500 to leave Area 2. We're going to definitely be going over that number, because for a lot of the time, we want to catch Pokemon as early as possible, because they're like the easier ones to catch, whereas the one in late game is a bit more difficult, as they are higher level and thus have higher catch rates, thus making it more of a pain. But so we want to do most of the catching.
It's kind of like the same like Let's Go, is you don't want to wait to the last second to get your 50 Pokedex requirement. We're going to try to do like as much as possible early to save us the pain of trying to catch up late. I do want to mention, since I just saw it with the chat up, I wanted to thank Etiquette for the raid just now. Welcome in, everybody. Your pal T-Pat here with Crisis, running some Legends Arceus any percent with cutscenes for really, really lots of lore. That's what you're watching. We are raising money for a charity. I don't even remember it off the top of my head. I know that sounds bad, but we do have a donation incentive going on to pick Adaman or Irida at the for the end game. So if you want to donate, whether we hang out with Irida or Adaman or the Diamond Clan or the Pearl Clan, you can do that for this run.
There is a correct choice, by the way. I'm not gonna say what it is.
What I was gonna say is, like, the Open Medicine Foundation is who we're raising money for. They attempt to get monies for medicine that can be used without restriction. So
awesome. You know what's funny?
Yeah,
my
you mentioned
was
the
literally covering up the like where it was on the stream, and I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna slide it out of the way a little bit. There it is.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm going to assume Etiquette, your Victory Road practice was not going great.
I think Etiquette's been doing some VGC stuff. I mean,
yeah,
he must have been so hyped from Twitch Rivals. He's like, oh, I can speedrun and be good at competitive? Wow.
I mean, he's not the only one who's trying to be good at another competitive game. Technically, I am as well, but, you know, not VGC, but I'm actually, next weekend, I'm going to be participating in the Pokemon European International Championships.
Oh, well, that's cool. Good luck.
For the trading card game, and I'm really just hoping that I just go positive.
Yo, TCG is the biggest pog.
Oh yeah, one other thing. We are actually evolving this Cascoon at night. That is very, very important.
Very
because
important.
A fun little thing is that if you evolve a Pokemon, the game still thinks you caught it. And also
Yeah,
another little
thanks.
side note that many people actually don't know: if you trade a Pokemon and then trade back, the game thinks you caught it again, which
Oh,
is actually
that's
kind
hilarious.
of it's actually one of the funniest things. It's not allowed in the speedrun, of course, because all connectivity of other players is not allowed, but it is like a really funny thing.
So
But
funny. So you could
we
just
want to
keep
evolve it
trading
at
like a
night because
Magikarp back and
Dustox
forth.
has a task which says being caught at night, which is very, very useful, which is actually going to be helpful, especially when we're going to be catching another one later to help us complete the tasks.
Right.
We're
So
also
Beautifly
depositing our
is for the day, and Dustox is at night, which is why we wanted to specifically evolve a Silcoon during the day, which I haven't done and don't need to do, or a Cascoon at night, simply to get those points. Otherwise, I might have to do something extra to try to get those points back if I'm missing them.
Yeah, we really
Here's one of our favorite parts of the run. I wonder, was it Shady who came up with this? But have you ever seen an RNG shop? It's not Shop Sanity, but it's kind of Shop Sanity. But there's an RNG shop in this game.
So yeah, there is an RNG shop known as Ginter. Ginter sells 3 random items, and it can be really good, like the stealth set, or it could just be absolutely nothing. I think the Pokeball set is actually not a bad shout if you want to buy that.
Yeah, I can't buy them both though. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, okay, that's fair.
I won't have enough money, but I'm basically just going to grab these, and I'm going to grab a couple extra of these just in case.
Well,
but I don't need to buy any of the Hopple Bears.
Okay.
I'll get. I mean, I pick up so few Bugwarts that I.
The reason why
Ginter
wasn't actually used in the beginning is because in the beginning of the speedruns, Ginter only actually gives you 1 item. It was only until the Daybreak update where they actually changed it so that Ginter can give you 3.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Because it's so much better because I get 5 stealth sprays for that, and at a cost that is far less than the Hopple Berries and the Bugwarts that I would buy, and I would only get 4.
Yeah, so Ginter is actually a pretty, like, thanks to the Daybreak DLC, Ginter actually gives you, like, the choice of 3 items versus just only giving you 1, and you just have to, like, say, oh, is it the
just
item I want?
3 choices instead of 1.
So it gives you 1 choice instead of 3. Anyway, we're gonna fight Akari, and we're definitely going to win, right?
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah, this level 3 Shinx is definitely going to beat this level.
Yeah, go Shinx! You can do it, buddy! Yeah! Use that quick attack!
Yeah.
Oh, I dodged Hypnosis. That's actually a good thing.
That's actually
watch how much damage this is gonna do.
So
woo!
The thing is, while we may have caught 3 Shinx, we actually haven't finished Shinx quite yet. Are you actually going to win this? You might actually
going to win this.
Go
Shinx! Go get him! Crit him again! Oh! I dodged the Zen headbutt. We won the points.
What is okay? So this is actually slow. You're supposed you might want to get like 1, maybe 2 quick attacks, but you're not supposed to actually kill the Mime Junior. Yeah, you're gonna get.
Oh, and of course, got a quick attack.
So, a little interesting thing is that in this game, even when in fights in terms of experience, you don't actually get experience until you defeat the trainer, not the actual Pokemon themselves. So, yeah.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny about that fight? So the Shinx needs 3 quick attacks to Scene to complete its Dex entry, and I got 4. I almost always get 2 on the next fight, which will give me another 20 points.
Yeah, so now that you said that, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, well, it always happens that way. You usually end up with like 2 or 5.
All right, but this strat that we're actually going to be doing, there's actually a runner who actually did this in Catch-em-all known as Tippy. She actually did this strat in her runs. We didn't do this in any percent, and I looked at it and I was like, why aren't we doing this in any percent? It's so much faster. So the original strat was that we thought that we had to win Volo 2. So the original strat was we turn it to night, catch some Ghastlies, and then try to win the fight that way while also doing the thing where we teach Luxio Ice Fang just to deal with the Gibble that he has afterwards. turns out you can just lose this fight.
Yeah, we can lose every companion fight, and as of right now, Akari and Volo are considered our companions, so we don't actually need to defeat them to advance the plots.
So, speaking of plot though, this person, she is 99 years old from what I read from the text, and she doesn't find it impressive that we fell from the sky and survived. So
Not at
she's
all.
not trusting us. Apparently, falling from the sky is not and surviving is not attractive to some people.
I need to check how many stun items.
Anyway, bundle of Fang, this Shinx is faster than this Togepi.
Yeah, I'm level
Always.
3. I'm faster.
This Togepi must be eating a lot of
You're
purple
right!
sauce.
You jinxed him! Why'd you have to say anything? Now I only have 5
No
quick
one
attacks and I
said
don't get the
it,
20
me.
points.
Oh, you don't need those 20 points.
Gold split. Kitty.
I mean, I don't know what your
can't-
splits are.
I can't believe this game. I do need to check my stun items to determine if I need to put Dustox into my party.
All right. I actually wasn't counting. So,
I'm
one
gonna
of the
take a look.
rarest, one of the most important items do we actually have. So, item conservation is very important. We do have to conserve some of our items, but the most important items that we need to
That's
conserve
good
is
enough.
actually stun items. The reason why is that, unlike any other items, we can't actually buy stun items until we get to level rank 6 or something. So, pretty much you can't buy stun items, which means we have to be collecting these stun items as much as we can. Also, we are very limited in terms of our item space. Unlike, they decide that we want to take the Gen 1 approach and basically say, hey,
Do I? Sorry, I kind of freaked out.
we-
Bidoof, Starly.
Luxio, right? No.
No, I don't.
Staravia, sometimes...
It should just be this. I don't know why I'm like behind on where Barrel Starry. Okay, that's fine. That's literally all I needed. I don't know why like my brain just freaked out right there, but it did. That's for sure.
Yeah, sometimes you do different strats. Sometimes you can even go for this Carnivine strats, but Carnivine tends to be a bit gimmicky sometimes. Sometimes it likes to stay in and sometimes it doesn't. So see if it actually stays in this time.
Good.
Oh, it does. Carnivine is actually something that some
Please
people
get in,
have
Paris.
suggested sometimes, and I've
Ooh,
actually
good
suggested
Pikachu. I'm just gonna go for it.
the acid spray tech for it, where there's a move known as acid spray, which actually does help for a different fight later. The Pikachu broke out. That's unfortunate.
It did. I was really hoping for that Pikachu because since I did see a quick attack and a Thunder Wave from Akari's Pikachu, I'm actually getting extra research points, but you only get the research points if you have caught one. So right now I
That
have.
is true.
So I was really hoping for that. I went for Backstrike, Great Ball, or Heavy Ball, but it didn't work. No
Anyway,
matter. I did
these are
start the
the-
Carnivine.
Misfortune.
Oh, hey,
These are the
misfortunes.
misfortune sisters who will bring misfortune to all of you. There are also definitely references of 3 other characters that you might get yes or no. Yes, we're going to say that again and again until we run out of new characters. So these
Saturn! No, it's
You're not
Coin.
supposed to say the reference. You're supposed to let them guess.
I
Anyway.
never even remember their names. They're just Saturn to me.
Actually, no. I actually do. I think I do remember.
Hey,
their
I'm
names,
faster
though.
again!
Oh, nice. You don't have to use agile and waste time. You're not good at this. Yeah, no. You barely survive.
Usually you do. I have died to a non-crit on that fight, which is sad. But
So-
since I did get a attack off first, it's just so much safer.
Oh yeah, I remember the names. It's Coin, Clover, and Charm.
Yeah, I never remember them.
The one we just fought, and they're meant to be based on like luck-based things. So Coin, the flip of a coin. Clover, that one's a little bit less
Clover.
known to me. And wait, is it?
Charm.
Yeah, Charm. Like Lucky
Which-
Charm,
Yeah.
or Unlucky Charm, I suppose.
They're like, we'll be your unlucky charm.
Yeah. And it's called the Misfortune Sisters because they're
Yes.
giving you a misfortune.
Anyways, we were speedrunning and now we don't
Yeah, anyway, we're not gonna. We might see them again later, but anyway, we are going to be catching some Pokemon, and then we're going to be returning the unknown tablet that that was apparently stolen, and we're going to be returning it and getting the trust of the old lady who has apparently a problem that we don't want to deal with. And wow, did all the Badoos break out, or just that
I
one?
only threw out the one, and this one didn't even eat, so that's why I'm going back.
Damn.
And that was a
Badoos are, like...
backstrike too, so that.
I mean,
was
to
really
be
sad.
fair, these are babies, so they don't really like to obey people anyway. So
We're just gonna hope that gets in.
yeah, I got it. It's fine.
Good enough for me. Funny enough, I can't throw again because I do need to catch it unspotted. Unspotted is always counted if they are in the middle of eating. But if they are aware of you in any way, usually via like the triple dots, but there are other like docile Pokemon will also be aware of you without doing the like the ellipses. I need that. I just need those research points. So.
And
Well,
now we're
like
going to be seeing
nothing I could do about it if it
unknown
broke out
tablet.
again.
Do you know what it reads? Apparently, the unknown tablet apparently reads, you should donate to the Hope Open Medicine Foundation.
Ah, yes, indeed. See,
it definitely reads that. That's definitely canon.
Yeah, exactly. Donate now.
That's definitely what it reads. It does not read anything else. Anyway, now that we finally get that, this person actually helps us and actually wants us to meet us in the sludge mound. But while we get there, we're gonna be doing a small little detour, and we're gonna have to say hello to some really scary bears as we go towards these. These bears are very, very scary, especially their protective mother/father. They want to use self-spray because we actually want to catch these. These Pokemon are surprisingly really high level.
That one saw me because it was turned around and facing towards me. Yeah. That one did not. I do need to catch some of these unspotted. These are like level 41, 42 Crickettoons. They do help a lot with the experience.
However, do note we are not going to be using them in fights simply because okay. When that happens, you just bail. You got one, so that's nice. There is a backup for Teddy Ursa if you really want to go for it.
I don't think I need the backup for the Teddy Ursa because I did catch one unspotted. So I might be okay. Not for Teddy Ursa, but for Ursaring. I think I'm going to be okay.
Again, this is part of a speedrun where we try and be a little bit dynamic. Here, we're going to be trying catching some Pachirisus. It's very important that we try and catch them. We're not going to be catching the Alpha, although I've caught the Alpha a fair few times by accident.
Really? Oh my god.
Yes. I said by accident because it's not on purpose.
So you only need to feed 3 and then see Spark later, but I like feeding 4 because that leaves me with a little bit of a flexible option. I don't think the Alpha actually did not eat, so I did only get 3 fed. Don't jump in the water, otherwise you get a free 10-second time loss.
Yeah, so you don't want to go in the water, mainly because our character cannot swim. We can fall from high places. We can take a flamethrower. We can't swim.
This is intentional. This Bidoof might leave, though.
Bidoof? No.
No. Okay.
Cool. It's supposed to be nice. So this is also
I just
part
need
of the power
to see Sunspore, and I'm just leaving. I'm actually gonna hit this tree for resources. This is just a nice little area to get some extra resources, and I do like getting the backup Opalberry tree, which is on the left here.
I guess for marathon's sake, it's actually not that bad.
I've been doing
and now we're going to be heading to the Angry Hippos and their, I believe mother.
Yeah, there's a... like a herd mentality. So if you anger one, you're gonna anger like the whole crew. I like being careful on that one because you saw him spin like an entire 180. There is the big one, and see they're already starting to be a little more skittish than I would like to see. I just need to catch one more.
I forgot what the research tests are for. Yeah, but it's been a while.
I do feed 2, catch 3, 2 unspotted, which that went perfectly.
Okay.
Okay,
So
I get to
now in
catch
terms
my
of
breath now, and then I'm gonna
Uh,
mark while you explain Ursaluna.
Yeah, so Ursa Luna is a very interesting thing. You might be thinking, oh, this thing is going to be like, why is the Ursa Luna really fighting us and being like really aggressive at all? Turns out it's just having bad hay fever, and apparently I think most people who have bad hay fever just go aggressive. So the way we
Makes
deal with
sense.
this, there's multiple ways to deal with this, but the way that we're going to be dealing it is we're going to be setting out Carnivine. Carnivine is
Please
going to
don't hurt me.
hopefully take a hit. There we go.
Yeah,
And we're going to be
hopefully.
using Strong Acid Spray. This not only decreases the defenses of the Ursa Luna, this also contributes to points onto Carnivine. Carnivine is then going to get sacked like a good person, and we're going to go in. Oh, okay, maybe not yet. Let's just stall
It's
for a
fine,
little
it's
bit, and
good.
then we're going to be setting out the Barrow, which you did teach the water move to?
Yes, because I evolved it at level 15. Water Pulse was automatically taught.
Oh yeah,
And I didn't
remember that
need
set,
to.
so-
Yeah, and I didn't need to go in and reteach it. Because if
So
you
here
te-
we're gonna use
if,
one Water
if Bidoof
Pulse.
gets to level 16, it learns a move that's not Water Pulse, and then you have to spend time to reteach it.
Yeah, but thankfully this fight actually just went pretty well, aside from like the extra baby doll eyes, because you know, like, we control a little bit.
Whatever, that's fine.
And then we finally get the second of our 5 ride Pokemon, being Ursaluna, which we will never use. It is useful in Catch 'em All because we need to
Catch-em-all.
find certain resources, like certain evolution items. But in this category, if we ever
Yeah,
go
it's,
on
it's your
Ursaluna,
it's your
like
it's your
complete
dowsing
accident.
machine. It can dig items up from the ground via dowsing machine. But yeah, we don't use it. Though Ursaluna is technically the fastest ride Pokemon, but only when it's locked on to an item that it senses and is moving in that direction.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's why we don't ever
Yeah.
use this, because there's really no items that we need specifically. There's no space-time distortions that we're going to ever need.
It
So
would
thank
be awesome if I could guarantee pulling up like 5 mud balls, because that would be so helpful.
Unfortunately,
but it's just
pulling
not the
items
case.
is completely based on luck, and there is literally no. The only ones that are guaranteed are the most useless ones, being the
Well, the verses.
verses, which neat lore item, just not something that we ever need unless you're mad enough to run 100%.
So I'm thinking out loud here. I only caught one of the Teddy Ursas unspotted. What I'm thinking about doing here is I think I can still get Ursaring Dex completed, but I might have to double check. Because usually I evolve 2 and then stun 2.
You want to know an insane backup that you could theoretically do, but you should probably not think about it until it actually happens. There's a potential for a Teddy Ursa spawn in Coronet.
No.
It is
Just
something
no.
you could do. I'm not saying you should do it, but I am saying that you could do it. Anyway,
yeah.
Turns out that Arezu was overhearing us, thinking that, hey, we could probably fix one of the noble frenzies by making food and throwing it at them. So Arezu decided to use another of the what's their title called? I forgot what their title is called.
Wardens.
But Wardens. There we go. There it is. Trying to do things herself because she wants to, take responsibility and do things herself. Turns out she's going to get her ankle sprained somewhere, and we're gonna have to find her. How we're supposed to do it is we're supposed to use Ursaluna and find her using the blue trails, but we're gonna do something better. It's called just finding her.
Exactly. All right, I'm gonna quickly look at my research here. It went well, but I just need to double check like Teddy Ursa's. I am marked correctly, and my Teddy Ursa is... Yeah, Pachirisu only had 3 fed.
Yeah, keeping an eye on research, keeping an eye on all this is actually going to be very important, because what we don't want to do is be short. Being short is actually very bad. Being over is fine. I mean, if you really want to be like Giga Chad, you get exactly the right number of points, but that is very, very difficult to do.
I did
Don't
just
do
catch
that.
the
It's
one
always
Teddy Ursa,
better
so...
to go over than it is to go under. Like, obviously, you don't want to go too much over. Like, if you think you get 9,000 plus, I think that's a little too much. But you want to target
yeah.
around the 8,700 mark.
Yeah.
Just to play it safe. You
I'm
can,
gonna,
of course,
yeah,
if you want to be fully risky, you can just
do
do 8,500. But again, wouldn't exactly recommend.
I'm getting pretty good at my math.
Anyway,
I'd
this
say.
is now where the game becomes a platformer. By going on certain cliff edges, we can just
That
jump.
was like the best I've ever done that.
Yeah.
Okay, Tangalas are an interesting breed.
Yes, they don't kind of
little
care
too
about your
far
presence
apart
until
for
you
my
do
liking.
something aggressive, and then they'll start being aggressive back to you. It's like if you go in front of them, they're like, "Oh, cool. Well, who's this human?" And then you catch them in a ball and they break out. They're like, "Nope, I'm annoyed
Okay, I
now.
got
We're gonna fight you now. It's time for us to go."
All 3 in Pokeballs. It's a miracle.
Oh yeah, that's normally not supposed to happen, but apparently it
that's
does.
the best of the Tangalas. Okay, and then
Anyway, she has a
I need to
sprained
just-
ankle, and now we're gonna take the food and we're gonna beat up a plant.
Yeah.
That is the plant fight is actually is actually, I believe, the easiest fight.
This one's
For
the
us to-
easiest. It's always been for me.
Yeah, it's been the easiest fight because it's actually like no real difficult trick. It's just aim good. That's all you have to do. If you can't aim good, then you might have problems. But you aim good. There are
And
like
since
ways
the-
to
and
get
since the
extra
lady-
damage.
And since the Lady of the Lady of the Woods, Lady of the
Lady of
something?
the ooh, I thought it was Lady of the Ridge.
She's technically not a lord, she's a lady.
Yes, so we
But
are
she's the
trying to beat
smallest and
two-
thus has the smallest hitbox of like the when you're like trying to throw
Yeah, there's
upwards.
there's 9 lords. There's technically 9 lords and 1 lady, I believe, because I think we're riding on weird being Lady of the Ridge. That's what it is. So
I'm gonna stun you. 1, 2.
yeah, some Pokemon do have stuns. Stun has different powers. So weakest one is actually from what I've learned, is actually the Snowball. The Snowball has the weakest stun power, taking like a lot of stuns. I actually did not know that for the longest time. The strongest stun is an item that we never get, which is the one we can craft. But the 2 main stun items we're going to be using is a Mud Balls and Spoiled Apricorns. Ideally, we want to use Spoiled Apricorns more because Mud Bombs are a stronger stun.
Oh, of course it breaks out, so I have to stun it. Oh,
nice.
Yeah, it did break out.
If you only catch 2, you do have
that's
to
an
stun it one
extra
more time,
Mud
which
Ball,
doesn't
too.
waste a stun item. We would prefer, if possible, not to use any, use the minimum amount of stuns because there's a lot more Pokemon late game that require the use of stuns. So how we get stun items is by defeating certain Pokemon, we get Spoiled Apricorns.
This is going so poorly because I can't get. Ow. Sorry, I'm freaking out because that went really poorly for me. I went for 2 Parises and they both turned at the last second and saw me. I'm hitting the leaf piles because I am specifically farming the Spoiled Apricorns, and that's just easily the best way to find them. And I did get a bunch.
They are RNG,
I exclaimed because like I said, I went for Paris because what I'm trying to do is catch 4. There are more Parises in the other areas, but they're not guaranteed because Parasect starts becoming more common. That went very hectically for me with the Paris and trying to get the stun item, so it went a little...
So yeah, now it's time for us to see the Lady of the Ridge. You could say that we're going to be fighting her in Dance Dance Resolution, but we're actually not doing that. We're just going to be actually pelting her with magic balls of food.
More beanbags.
More beanbags, yes. So how the fight goes is that I keep on forgetting we're watching a cutscene, so I'm gonna have to wait just a little bit more before we start explaining.
Oh, you should just start explaining now because this is gonna go by so fast.
Oh yeah, okay. So how this fight goes is simple. So Lilligant has 3 attacks that she can go for. In phase 1, she's going to like power up and then do this whole like power up phase thing, and then she's going to jump up in the air and then going to do a stomp which creates a massive a massive shockwave. So we're gonna start pelting her with bombs, and then she's going to do a jump once. She's gonna jump 3 times, and we're gonna dodge twice. So that's the second time. Actually, no, sorry,
two,
two
it's
times.
2 at a time.
And
It's 2
then
at a
this
time,
one's gonna,
and
she's gonna do that
after the,
again, where she's gonna jump twice. So she's gonna jump once, and then we're going to throw another one and jump twice. And then this one, she's gonna power up, except this time, she's not actually gonna jump, but she's actually gonna create 2 shockwaves. So we're gonna, actually, no, she's gonna jump. Oh no, she's
Yeah,
gonna
she
jump
jumps
and then create
does
the
2
shockwave.
shockwaves.
So the first half, she's only gonna do, oh yeah, so yeah, jump and then 2 shockwaves. So now, yeah, you see how much health we just do. We're almost fully across, and then we're gonna do one more phase. If I shift end of this phase, where she's gonna jump and then do a shockwave, and then she's going to jump one more time, and that's when we should end this.
She's
fight.
not even gonna jump.
Oh, she is.
Ah.
And yeah, we're gonna do this before she does her final phase. We do not want her to do her final phase because she actually like jumps at least 5 times before she actually does that.
Just
So
bam, and we're done already.
starting from the second boss, every single boss from now on is gonna have like this big desperation attack where they're going to do a big attack, and then they're going to become really tired afterwards. For the most part, we actually want to avoid this in every single fight, with the exception of one Pokemon where we actually want to see that. So,
if you mean Arcanine, we're not even gonna see it because I'm gonna defeat
no,
Arcanine
not Arcanine. It's Avalugg.
Avalugg? Yeah, I just got Rage Skip on Avalugg. My last
We're
practice
still
run was,
gonna.
for the first
No,
time
it's not
ever.
rage skipped. It's seeing the big attack that makes it go tired afterwards.
The Ice Beam?
Like, yeah, we're gonna see from each Pokemon. We're not gonna see their big mega desperation attacks, but we are gonna see at least for one Pokemon. Do note that, with the exception of them going into their rage form, to their enraged state, their hitboxes are always active, so you can always just do damage to them. As long as you're continuing pelting food at them.
I'm gonna check.
I mean, that's apparently how we deal with God, apparently. Just pelt things at it.
Yeah, all the nobles are effectively the same. It's just hit them with the bombs and the bean bags, and until they're just like, fine, you've defeated me.
Yeah.
This inventory is just
ideal to do it now because we're going to deposit some Pokemon. Similar to last time, we're just going to grab a puny Pokemon and we're going to lead that against another fight. This one has a really long cutscene with some lore that we can discuss. Mainly, so I guess we can discuss a lot about the lore that's going on. Right, so we're seeing the main pattern of what this game is, and it's going to be, we go into an area, there's a Pokemon that's kind of frenzy and kind of being, kind of wacky and like being annoying to the environment around it, and threatening the safety of people and Pokemon. And we're gonna have to go in there and neutralize it by pelting a bunch of food at it.
I'm gonna check Ginther again here because
so
Ginther
actually refreshes
every
20 Pokemon you catch. So we did catch at least 20 Pokemon, so he's gonna be
Oh no, he
didn't. I guess
That's
you didn't
weird.
catch 20.
I must have had like 19. That's so weird. haven't.
Anyway,
seen
we
it
actually
before.
want to do this because we're actually going to be doing a lot of shopping. So, from what I gathered from the new changes, is that we're actually going to be doing more shopping than we used to, and we're actually going to be stopping collecting some resources. But instead, buying the individual resources themselves.
The idea there is that, well, the resources in the field are free. Literally the amount of time it takes to dismount Weirdeer, our fast riding Pokemon, to hit the resource is costing us time overall. And we're gonna have just barely enough money to be able to afford the resources we want for the remainder of the game. So we're just gonna do it in a single shopping, because where we crafted the Pokeballs originally is where we can also buy some individual resources. And we'll utilize that. Yeah, the materials.
So
mainly, we're just gonna get what we need to craft Great Balls this time, and then Lead-In Balls, which are like the more effective heavy balls. on the next time out.
This does, however, put a strain on making sure that we are using our balls wisely. Do not take that sentence out of context.
Something like
and,
that.
And yeah, because if we stop throwing Pokeballs, Great Balls, leading balls, and we start missing or they start breaking out, we're gonna have less to work with for harder Pokemon to catch. Especially, this area has some hard Pokemon to catch, but the next area in particular has some pretty difficult Pokemon to catch with low catch rates. So yeah, hopefully the game's nice. I've had games where the games were not nice, and especially when it comes to this next area where the game can be mean. Anyway, here's some new arrivals to the island, knowing that they're probably going to die in about 5 minutes and realize they made a mistake coming here.
If I can see, just in the background here, I'm just checking my Ursaring notes. If I can get my Ursaring to use a single bulldoze, I'll be able to finish Ursaring without too much effort. I'd like to shout out our good friend Corvame. May has a site called Ranger that has the Legends Arceus like Dex research stuff that's all just like available on a web browser, and I can plug in and basically see without having to look up the in-game Pokedex what I need to do to finish my research. Because when you complete a Pokedex entry, you get a bonus 100 points, and we're really just trying to maximize that as good as possible. So just in the background, I was checking what I need to finish Ursaring, even though I won't be finishing Teddy Ursa.
Yeah, here's gonna be our shop. We are gonna have to unfortunately accept this request because because the shop's more important. But this does allegedly save a good amount of time from just not having to dismount a bunch.
Yeah, it's
allegedly
just more consistent too.
So here we're gonna craft. We're gonna buy crafting materials. We're gonna buy some of the metals, some cobblestone, and not apricorns apparently. And we're gonna be crafting some great balls. Great balls is the best ball we have right now. Every time we rank up, we do get ourselves. Every time we rank up, Silene gives us a new recipe for a new ball. Rank 0 was Pokeballs. Rank 1 was heavy.
No, was it?
It's always heavy. It's always
Pokeball heavy feather.
Yeah, Pokeball heavy
and then
feather.
You get the
so
Nexel.
Now we get Great. We're then gonna get Leiden, and then rank 5 we're gonna get the Jet.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Wing.
Is it? Oh yeah, you're right. Wing and Jet's the.
Jet's the best ball, best flying ball, which actually has the most atrocious catch rate to ever exist. It's worse than Pokeballs.
Yeah, the heavy style balls have higher catch rates, but they just come out at a very short angle, and you have to be right next to the Pokemon to use them. The feather ball style balls are the exact opposite. They have a much farther range of effects to hit Pokemon, but their catch rate is reduced with the exception of specifically roaming flying Pokemon. So think like the Staravias and the Togetic and the Togekiss and the Gyarados. Those do get a catch rate bonus for using the Feather Ball style balls. But just because a Pokemon is flying, like say Murkrow, it does not. It needs to be a specific roaming.
Do love how do love how the trading card game actually adapts this perfectly, where Heavy Balls is actually the more useful one, and Feather Balls are the more useless ones. Do love that. Anyway, welcome to the third island, where apparently, what we got from our report, this island doesn't have a noble. Doesn't actually have a noble Pokemon.
No nobles.
Yeah.
The Lordless
we're not gonna have a
Island,
boss fight at the end.
called.
Definitely not gonna have a boss fight at the very end of this island.
No. And definitely not gonna have one of the best cutscenes in the game.
We're not gonna have like an incredible feat done by a really interesting Pokemon. Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
Let me preface this island as being the most difficult area. There are 5 main wild areas, if you will, of the Hisui region. This one is by far the most difficult area for the speedrun, as far as the speedrun is concerned.
Yeah.
This is going to be split into 2 areas. We're going to go to the left first, And that's not too bad. We're gonna like catch some Growlithe and some Glammeows and some Vulpixes. But when we go to the right, the game is gonna change
have a 2-minute timer.
nighttime. Yeah, we have a 2-minute timer for evening. But more importantly, we want the game to be night to catch a plot-related Dusclops. But once we are at night, everything's gonna be an aggro. The Duskulls, the Dusclops, and the Dustoxes.
But let's go, Starly. Let's go. We're gonna win this fight, aren't we? Oh wait, no, never mind.
Those 3 Pokemon, all prefaced by Dusk, means that we'll be entering the Dusk Zone. They are all high aggro Pokemon. You can add Drifblim and Drifloons into the equation, and just everything is mean. So being
they're the
very
ghosts
stealthy,
of every dead run.
Yeah.
It's the ghost of every dead run getting their revenge. That's the low reason.
I am not going to party manage here at all. I'm gonna just save Teddy Ursa, the last Teddy Ursa for the last area. So I'm saving a menu here, or I'm saving a party manage here. I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, so still gonna be grabbing some resources. There's some resources that we can still grab while riding Wadia. There's some resources that we're still gonna grab like these leaf piles, because they can give us spoiled apricots, which is
I literally just have to wait because I only have the one Pokemon.
That is the one downside. If we don't catch something, we do have to wait for the Starly to actually pick up the stuff. We're gonna be using another Stealth Spray, because Stealth Spray just makes us unaudible, including while on Wadia. Apparently, they cannot hear this Force Gallop. And we're gonna be doing our next task, which is Stun 4 Catch 4 more. Actually, no.
Nah, I'm not doing
Stun
that.
2 Catch 2 Machop. I'm confusing CEA.
Strats. There is not a Machop here.
I thought I saw some Machops. Am I wrong? But you caught 2 anyway.
You saw the Alpha, which I can't stun. Hold on. I wasn't picking up those pop pods because I have a
you need those pop pods because there's another item that we actually got the crafting recipe recently.
Just picking up
these are gonna be very,
I'll have to do the backup for Machoke because one didn't spawn, unfortunately.
Oh, Machoke. I thought you mean Machop. My bad.
Yeah, Machoke. I wanted to stun one Machoke, but none spawned, and you can't stun them. You can stun the Alpha, but
they take too many.
They take you're wasting resources
because there's still a lot more of a Pokemon we want to stun. Anyway, Beautifly Gambit Part 2. This Pokemon sucks.
Yeah, this Pokemon does suck.
It doesn't have a great catch rate, and we threw a Backstrike Great Ball right behind it. Still broke out. We're going to be doing a little bit of a slower Pokemon, which is Growlithe. Hisuian Growlithe, I should say.
They're still very good puppers.
They're still very good puppers, but they do aggro you when things. So you do have to be very, very careful when it comes to these puppers. All we have to do is feed 4, catch 1, and then once we do that, we can then just leave. Once we have to wait to see that. That's the short thing. So one of the things is that we can do is when you catch a Pokemon, we can check for.
Oh, I'm gonna check to see if there's another Paris around here.
We can. There's 2 types of bounces that it can do.
That's good. That's good.
And if we see a short bounce, it's a guaranteed catch. But if we see a big bounce, there's a chance it could break out. Ooh, Vulpix, nice.
Yeah.
So here,
as soon as I see a Vulpix, I'm stopping.
Another one of our.
This is gonna be slow because I'm feeding 4, catching 1 of each, but at least I'm doing 2 at the same time. I personally find feeding Pokemon incredibly slow. My PB doesn't get Vulpix at all, and I'm actually kind of glad it doesn't, because Vulpix is just one of the slower Pokemon, but it makes this area a lot safer if you do have one.
Yeah, we do want... Vulpix is actually going to... If we do find one, because it is one of the few RNG Pokemon where they don't have a consistent spawn to them, meaning that they sometimes spawn and they sometimes don't, and if they don't spawn, well, tough.
And that's why I threw this one a Raspberry, and I'm going to use a Great Ball.
So yeah, really we're going to be trying to catch Vulpix. Vulpix actually might be used as a great backup attacker.
Funny enough, I am actually not going to use Vulpix because I have to use the Machop.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because I didn't get Machoke, so now I have to use Machoke.
Never mind. Forget what I said. I'm needing misinformation.
We're going to really hope I get 2 Beautiflies here.
I mean, you're going to try.
Try is a word. I got one.
You got one. Even if you get one, it's still fine as bonus points.
Okay.
You preferably want 2, which you did, which allows us to just complete Beautifly right in
And
the
my
box.
Paris detour paid off because I got my 4th Paris, and now Paris is finished because I got the stun.
Yeah, so you have like a lot of good Pokemon now, but now we're gonna understand that apparently the noble Pokemon that was here actually passed away recently.
So
And
sad.
these are the two. One of the Growliths is actually the son, and the other isn't. I guess which one is which? Which one do you think is the
big one,
child?
because they're big.
No, you're
Oh,
wrong.
no,
it's actually the
the
small
little
one.
Oh, it's so cute.
I wonder who else is gonna make that mistake. I think someone else might make that mistake at some point. Also, do not mash A here, otherwise you'll be stuck in an infinite
hard.
loop. If you could,
you have to select no there, or the second option.
No. You have to select no. So our goal now is to get to the volcano at some point. But before we do that, we need a giant fish. And so we're gonna be getting a giant fish.
And to talk to that, we have to talk with their secret lover, Isakan.
Yes. Before
but they can't. It's forbidden love because they're on the different clans.
Yes. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But right now, I'm gonna let T-Pat focus here because this next 2 minutes is actually the hardest 2 minutes in the entire speed run. You might be thinking, okay, what do we have to do in 2 minutes? And the answer is a lot. So we said, so this game runs a 24-hour clock where every 1 minute is 1 hour. When we jump through times, it will set us at a certain time. Nice drought.
Harsh sunshine.
Drought.
Very funny.
That's what it's called. Anyway, he has he sets the time to evening, which is 6 p.m., but night is at 8, which means that he has 2 minutes. He has 2 minutes to do the following things: 1, feed 6, catch 1, or feed 4, catch 3 Spheals, whichever one he chooses to do. After that, he then needs to bolt out of here to then get to, or check to see if there's any Togepi spawns. He might choose to go for that, he might choose to not to. He also might choose to catch a Breezel along the way, just as an extra catch if he chooses one to. He might not.
I already took more time than I wanted to. I will check for Togepi. I'm gonna grab these pump pods because this is gonna be my last craftable item I need.
You also want to
literally it's gonna take too much time to dismount here.
Yeah.
Like,
so yeah, you want to do a specific jump around here because you want to avoid a cutscene that's to your left.
Togepi spawn.
So there is a Togepi spawn. There's a choice. You can either do Togepi or that Togepi did see you, so part of me
I'm hoping
doesn't want to go for it. I think you're wasting too much time, but
I think
that's up to
I'm just gonna at least, yeah, he's gone. Oh,
yeah, he's gone. Yeah, I think you activated the thing a little too late. And so yeah, so here we get to choose.
Try for this one.
Oh, double Togepi, nice.
Unfortunately, okay, it's I will get points for unspotted. I'm not gonna finish though. You can see that I'm already running out of time.
Yeah. So yeah, we have to get to here because here is where Chatot spawns, but Chatot only spawns in day. So we have to try and feed 2 and catch 2. There is a backup if we get to 2 Chatots and only
Starly's in the way.
There is
also,
a backup.
I could physically catch the Chatot after nighttime spawns.
Yeah.
And it's real bad.
But thankfully, I think you managed to get.
I got one.
If you don't get, if you only get 1 Chatot, yeah, there's no more Chatots, and you only got 1, unfortunately. But thankfully, getting 1 does allow you to do something that I came up with, which is the Chatot backup strat. But we'll get to that later. Right now, you need to do the following thing. 1, you need to run out of there because everything aggroed you.
I need to kind of reset
the second thing
area.
is that we need to catch what we like to call the plot-specific Pokemon Dusclops. So this Dusclops that's right here, normally it will be an alpha Dusclops, but this is actually something that we do 100% need. This is the one Pokemon that we 100% need to complete the game. Like, we cannot do this Pokemon. That didn't eat, but we do actually need to catch this. If we do not catch this, we have to try. We have to catch it. There's no backup. There's no backup. We cannot advance through the game.
This is the one thing we must get, and that's a little bit to get there.
Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, it's eating. So now's the time.
Okay. What I also need to do, I don't like how this brick limb is kind of in my way because I'm going to go for these
there's the dust balls. So
my stealth rate
crafted an item known as scatterbang. So similar to feeding, there is a task known as scaring, and if we scare a Pokemon, oh you had down
Ooh.
one thing. That's not great, but it's fine. You should be fine. We want to try and scare these Pokemon. Scaring is way faster than feeding, which is one nice thing. So the idea is like to scare
really
a
low
few
on
and then
self
catch
first.
some. And then
that's
right
probably
here
'cause I
we need, because we
deposited the
evolved
items
one
that I need.
Dustox, all we need is one. If one Dustox stays in, we should be in a very good spot.
And that's the.
And I think you caught it.
Okay,
Yeah, you
okay.
caught it. Yeah. So that's pretty much
I was
everything we need to do.
trying
This
to
is
get
a
behind
fine
it.
thing. I want to try and get up here because we want to, again, avoid a certain cutscene.
Okay.
So that we don't get it. There's also a couple Pokemon we can also potentially like just like get off and catch just for extra points, like not the Honchkrow, but Drifloon if we want to. I mean, if you don't catch a Drifloon, I think Maine will not forgive you.
The Drifloon.
Yeah, we want to come here because we want to grab that
Those
raspberry, and then we're gonna actually do the plot things in reverse order. So what we're supposed to do normally is talk to him, then talk to Iskan, who tells us to catch the Dusclops. But we're actually gonna do it in the reverse. We actually did it in the reverse order because it's faster. We're gonna be like, Iskan's gonna be like, hey, we want to catch the Dusclops. I want you to tell him, dude, we have him. We have him. He's right here. He's right here. People have suggested to try and like complete Dusclops because we have to catch it, but Dusclops is just like one of those mandatory bonus Pokemon, and also completing it is kind of slow. We actually used to use it in fights until we figured out when it comes to fights, there were so many Pokemon that we used to use, and then we just changed. Like we used to use Staraptor in the end game, Luxray in the end game, Samurott in the late game. We used to use all those Pokemon, but we had a lot of trouble with a lot of Pokemon. So this is actually the beginning of getting the 5 Avengers of this game.
Okay, this is good that I got at least one Evo.
So
I think this is just to check my party situation here.
Yeah, because you need to bring certain things with you.
Sorry. Can I just talk out loud? Just because you're right. I have to party manage here. I just want to be able to talk out loud and figure this out. I need Machoke, and I'm actually just going to bring the unevolved Machop. Machop, Chatot, Pachirisu, Dustox, and the Teddy Ursa is going to be my party situation. And I need to say it out loud because I have this huge checklist of things that are required.
I do understand that. I also like saying things out loud as well, or sometimes I just like marking things, but this is important. It is important because we do need to finish some tasks. We also need to have an empty party space because we're going to be catching one of the most important Pokemon, one of the 5 key members of the endgame team, and also a Pokemon that I like to take full credit for as part of the endgame team. This is actually 100% my idea. That was then adapted to be slightly better because I actually caught Shellos in the wrong place because I was actually catching 20 Shellos and not 30 Shellos. So yeah, here we want to make sure we have our party. We want to get ourselves a Dustox because we need to use a certain move. We then need to grab ourselves the Pachirisu, the Teddiursa, and the Pachirisu, which is at the bottom left. And there we go. We are not, from here until we get to where we need to go, we are not allowed to catch a single Pokemon.
No, because we need intentionally left that spot open. I'm just going to tell you something interesting. I'm making a route adjustment on the fly here. So remember when I was looking up my Ursaring research a little while ago, and I said I needed to use a Bulldoze? If I can get Teddiursa to evolve before, which I don't think is possible, I will use a Bulldoze there, but I don't think it's going to be likely. But I'm at least leaving that option open.
I mean, you will be able to check when you evolve the other when you evolve the most important Pokemon.
Right.
Right now we're going to be if you've seen the the terminal montage video, you would be sacrificing the Dusclops to the fish.
It's
And
so
actually, we
funny.
use the Dusclops to make
Shoes
certain
of
food,
thought.
which then asks the question, why does it have to be a specific Dusclops Dark Pulse? Why can't it be a Dark Pulse from something else? Like, what is so special about a Dusclops Dark Pulse that cannot be replicated by a different Pokemon Dark Pulse? Right?
I don't know.
But apparently, this is the Dark Pulse that we need to use. And, you know, I don't think like anyone's gonna show up or anything bad is gonna happen. We're also gonna get these plates. For right now, we don't really mean anything to us apparently, but they might be meaning to someone else. We're also now gonna get the information that these two are actually in love, but they're not. They can't really say anything because it's forbidden. Because
Different
Pearl
plans.
and Diamond Clan must hate each other because their deities are slightly different. But you know.
By the way, I just want to say, like, getting to Basque Legion before the 2-hour mark is excellent. Like, any good runner will get to Basque Legion before 2 hours, and we watched all those cutscenes, too. So, like, this is actually a really, really good run.
Yeah.
I needed
didn't
this
actually
after my
notice that.
GDQ showcase. I was just like, whoa, I am stinking on the main stage. So, this is a big redemption for me. Like, this is going really, really well.
I'm actually gonna get my own splits because even though I've ran it a long time ago, it is still something to be considered. Yeah, I do want to say my Japanese splits. When did I get Basque Legion?
I'm within 4 minutes to PB, and again, we watched all the cutscenes. Now that doesn't equate to 4 minutes. My PB is insanely fast in this area, and then it's even faster in Area 4 because I don't have to do anything in Area 4. I just automatically lose 4 minutes in Area 4.
Also, the three sisters, they stole the Growlithe.
But they stole the big
one.
one.
Yeah, they made the same mistake as you.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna have to go find the Growlithe. But before we do that, we're going to need to grab a couple of things. Now that we have the ability to go on water, we're now gonna catch some water Pokemon, including, from what I recall, we're gonna be catching a Slug. Potentially, we're gonna be catching some potentially an Octopus, and also maybe a Dumbfish.
Jellyfish. Well,
jellyfish, and we'll also be catching a stupid fish.
Before we do any of that, I'm prepping Dustox here to finish Dustox research. I would like to see something kind of on my
something that is not a poison type. Remoraid is the perfect choice for this. We're also going to be running away because we can actually move while we're doing fights, and it's actually like really fast. It's actually faster to do most of these fights on water because Basque Legion actually normal speed goes faster than just normal running speed. So that's why we like to do it on water. So now Dustox's tasks are complete. Now it's time for us to go catch ourselves Shellos.
The slow.
AKA
Quagsire at home. Uh-oh. I don't have stealth sprays.
You did not craft stealth sprays, and you do not have any resources to craft stealth sprays. So I guess we're doing funky backups.
Careful.
I guess we're doing funky backups now.
We're just going. That's the one thing I've kind of messed up on. Ooh, good. 34. That's the highest.
So that's nice if it gets in.
So I do
ideally,
need to go
we don't want to note it, so we're gonna have to do funky backups. That one is I don't know what level, but you did catch the 34 shell, so that's really, really nice. And that shell decided not to stay in, so we're gonna have to.
So I still have to take this one slow. Uh-oh, this is not great.
I mean, Shell surprisingly does move slightly faster than normal. You're also running low on Great Balls, which is not ideal.
That's fine. We're getting towards the end anyways.
Oh boy.
This is really bad. I need just a I need a Shellos.
You need one more. You need one more Shellos to be caught without being seen. Yeah, throw the Raz and then catch it behind. You should be good.
And that's the wild
Copium.
thing is that.
Okay. So there's that.
Okay.
Hopefully that stays in.
Good.
You also want to grab that box because it might have some useful items. Good. Okay, so that should be fine. Once we evolve the Shallows, we eventually should be able to have this complete. Next up is kind of a
Heads
newer
up.
thing that got added thanks to the
Which
patch
is
of
gonna be a
Roost as
little
well.
weird because again, I'm not belt sprayed.
That thing noticed you. Just fight it.
So I'm gonna not go for Tentacool, but I do need to do this to finish Pachirisu.
Yeah, one thing
we're
to have is
fine
stealth
from
spray.
here. I just need to make sure. Yeah, I'm just getting all these.
Right, now
and
it's
I
time
can
for
go
my least favorite thing.
Yeah,
It's
and I'm gonna
called
try a
dumb
little
fish.
harder for the Finions here.
Oh.
Let's start. No, it was just in the water.
So
Yeah,
dumb
which one?
fish is called dumb fish because the fish is dumb.
Fish is dumb.
They don't like getting into
two
Pokeballs.
is still super useful. It's fine. I have
But
lots of Pokeballs.
These are some of the highest point records. Like if you can catch 4 unspotted at night, that's like 220 points right there.
Okay, I got the
Problem
the
is
good
that
one here.
catching 4 is a pain in the ass. And also,
I am just gonna look for one more. Like I am gonna take like the
but
little
here's the
bit of
thing:
time.
just catching 2 can sometimes just be worth 90
80
points right
points.
there.
It's 80 points to get 2, but getting the next 20 is so difficult.
90 if they're both different gendered, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're good.
I think we're good. Maybe. Cope.
I just see 3. Oh, 3. There's one right here.
Yeah.
But it was in the water.
Yeah, the,
I really
yeah, the
want
final
one
20.
more.
Like, let's see if we can find one more. If not, we should probably just.
It's worth so many points to have one more.
We're gonna do one more search. Oh, maybe, please, stay in.
Oh, that was the one that spotted me.
Right. I
And
guess we have
the
to run.
problem. Oh, that's.
There is a backup
That's so
you could.
sad. It's
There is
so
a slow backup you could
sad.
do.
Man,
Yeah.
it's so sad because
is
I
kinda
got
sad,
3 and I just needed one more, and getting the last one is so difficult. And I wasted so much time, and I'm just gonna be sitting at 90 points instead of 200.
Yeah.
It's so
There is a
sad.
backup you could consider doing. It is slow, but you can consider evolving a Finrod.
Isn't
It
it
is
the
slow, but it
friendship
does give you the point-
evolution?
It's not
I think
friendship, it's level.
It's kind of slow.
It's
It's
a level
possible,
evolution.
though.
You can take it with you in Coronet. Just-
Um,
I should recommend taking with you to Coronet just to have the option.
yeah, that's a good plan because I'm only gonna take the Teddy with me, and I will have a space for it. That's
And besides, you only need two flying types that you're gonna need for that area anyway. Anyway, here comes the volcano, where we're actually gonna have a very interesting set of fights coming up. This is like the
Yeah.
only time, like in the mid game, we're actually gonna fight a trainer. We're actually we are fighting 4 trainers, but you can also just consider 1 trainer with 4 Pokemon, and that wouldn't actually be wrong. So this is the Misfortune Sisters. We already fought Coin before, but now we're actually going to be fighting all 3 of them to save this Growlithe. So the first one we're actually going to fight is Armor Snow, because apparently Clover has the brilliant idea of setting an Abomasnow in a volcano.
The volcano.
The fact that this Abomasnow is not just burning to a crisp right now is impressive. So we should either get the first hit, or it gets the first hit. It gets the
It
first
always
hit.
gets
It
the
gets
first
Energy
hit.
Ball.
Just don't get
Doesn't
crit.
kill. Only dies in a crit. And one of the things that we actually do is we actually have rotated the little spinny circle thing at the very bottom. This allows us to actually, during the next fight, switch which lead we use, which is actually something very unique and only applicable to this game. So here we're gonna use.
I'm gonna use the Agile Air Cutter here because
You do
then I
need to
can
use at least 1 agile move to finish this, which actually you could have used 3 air cutters. Oh, that was close.
Oh, I'm gonna get 3 Air Cutters anyways.
Yeah.
And I'll
You
go
could
for
just use
strong
3
in the next
air
one
cutters
because
as
it's
well.
faster.
That also does thing.
So as long as I caught, and it's hard to tell what my research is for Chadots because I only
Fed
caught the
2,
1.
you caught 1.
Yeah, so getting Agile Air Cutter should be enough.
Oh no, it is.
To
This
finish.
is my Shadow backup strat.
This-
I'm
that's
the
so
one
good.
who told people about this.
Thank you.
I
Okay,
also was the
remember
one who
hot
told
bar
about
again.
Gastrodon, using Gastrodon for the endgame team, because Water Ground is a really good type.
Quagsire
here-
is a good Pokemon.
The second reason why I told about Chatot is actually because of this fight here.
This one
Toxico-
specifically.
This Toxico specifically has a really, really bad move called Mud Bomb, which this game there's no accuracy drop, but there's still evasion.
So it increases
And-
evasion, and that's just so dumb. It's so bad. Oh no,
And-
you can't hit me! Huh, I'm over here now!
Yes.
It's just-
So that's why it's. So I created this Chatot backup strat to also counter the RNG BS that is this Toxico. Anyway, here comes like the easiest fight in the game, and despite the fact that this ground rock type is weak to water, we're actually going to be using a ground type move. And the reason is that the ground type move is actually stronger. Now, why is that the case? Well, the damage formula is slightly adjusted here. Super effective, 2 times super effective moves still does 2 times super effective. 4 times super effective moves, on the other hand, only do 2.5 times effectiveness. Which means that Water Pulse is actually not the strongest move, Earth Pulse is. Also, nice Hypnosis.
Just
Enjoy
hit
the
real
50-50.
One of the drawbacks of Hypnosis is that double damage. You are infected.
You take double damage from
inflicted with
Hex and
double
you just
damage.
straight up die. So now here comes the fun way of how do we back this up?
I have 2 strats here. I have Bulldoze from the Teddiursa. I also have the Pachirisu, which has the move Bites.
Ah,
So
okay,
I have
we guess
2
we have
ways to do
double
this. The
backup.
Teddiursa's a 2-shot, unfortunately. It's still gonna
Venoshock,
kill me
okay.
because it's
We're
gonna
gonna
go
live this
twice.
one and then we're gonna die to Venoshock twice, yep. Hypnosis is sometimes a thing it can go for. We would like to see not go for Hypnosis and just go for a Pulse move, which...
By the way, this fight would
Well-
be over if I just hit through Hypnosis. Like,
Which
if I would have
Pulse
just
moves
been over
have
30 seconds
are
ago.
very interesting in this. Very interesting. It's actually something that I wouldn't say I discovered, but when we turned out to use the new main in the end game, one of the reasons why it became better was because of a pulse move. So pulse moves in this game, because confusion / flinches don't exist, they actually have a unique mechanic where they don't miss. So water pulse, dark pulse, they don't miss. That will be relevant later.
By the way, this little Growlithe, this rock fire type Pokemon swam all the way here in the water.
I mean that's impressive enough, but what it's about to do next is going to be the most impressive thing that I have ever seen, and I wish we can learn this forbidden technique. That is,
Exactly.
this Growlithe is about to evolve into an
By sheer
Arcanine
force.
without a Firestone. This would be so useful in Catch-em-all because then it means we don't need to have 3 Firestones. We only need like 2.
Pubby! Pubby!
Now, it would be a shame
Big
if a
puppy.
lightning bolt struck right exactly where that Arcanine is standing. It would be really, really a shame if a lightning bolt... Hey, Tipa, how's the weather? Any lightning bolts coming down?
It looks pretty clear. It's a little warm and muggy. I mean, we are on the volcano, so... Convection? In my game?
No, I think that's just a warp. Apparently something is trying to strike down thing.
Golden
And,
Puppy.
yeah, now Growlithe's angry. Sorry, Arcanine's angry.
And now he's
yeah.
the noble.
Yeah, he's not. Well, that Growlithe was the son of the noble. Now it evolved, it became the noble, and apparently all nobles must be struck down by lightning because we came along. Is it our fault?
Almighty Sinnoh is angry.
Yeah, because apparently us trying to just catch all the Pokemon being sent from our time wasn't enough. He decided to send lightning bolts.
And of course, these 3 just split like Team Rocket. It's like, hey, come back here. And they're like, oh, let him go.
No, we don't. No, we don't want. This is your problem now. Even though we're the ones who might have caused this problem, it's now your problem. Oh, hi, Erida. How you been? Also, apparently, she does not like here. She does not like the heat one bit.
Which is why I love Irina. Because unlike every other girl I know, that it's always like, it's so cold in here. Turn up the heat. She's the complete opposite. She's like, sheesh, it is warm in here.
Oh no, I mean, no. Considering the fact that she loves the cold, I'm surprised she's not burning to a crisp
Yeah. We are literally
and just like
on the volcano.
and like hyperventilating and doing all that. Anyway, we just magically create bombs right here, right now, and we're going to actually do, quite honestly, my favorite fight of the entire thing when done correctly. Like
This
really,
has turned
really,
into a very fun one to do.
like this fight, if you know what to do and do it correctly, this fight is actually really, really fun and really, really easy. Because the main thing that we're actually going to be doing is we're going to actually be looping this Arcanine to do, basically make it stuck and do the same pattern again and again and again. So it has 2 attacks that it goes for. The first attack that we're actually going to be using, is going to be dashing. So it's going to be charging up and it's then going to be dashing. The second attack depends on where we're standing. If we're standing in the middle, the Arcanine will actually jump back. But if we're standing in a far different place, you then dash again. So what we do is we make it dash towards us and then make it go back in the middle, and we're basically looping the same thing again and again and again, making it do the exact same attack and won't be able to like break out of this infinite loop. So unfortunately though, Arcanine is gonna get a little bit wiser to our antics when it goes into its raid form, so we're going to do it again. However, this time, Arcanine knows, and it's going to create a fiery circle around the middle, which means we cannot stand there because we will then take passive damage. Thankfully, there is a way to deal with this, where we're going to make Arcanine go to the left, then make it go to the right, and we hit just enough, we can then make it skip the mega... the
Doomsday
mega
attack or whatever.
It's Doomsday attack. So Arcanine has a really powerful attack where he'll charge up and basically blast the entire field. And
it will always
I don't think you can actually live that fight. That attack.
It automatically puts you down to 1 like red health or 1 HP.
I think it'll put you down to 1 HP if you had full HP, but it will kill you if you've taken any damage.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire fight.
And it's really unintuitive because Arcanine tends to dash to the opposite side of the arena on the opposite side of the fire spin area. So you have to walk through the fire spin to get close enough to hit it.
And then you have to hit him 5 times
to do it. Yeah. Once it's hit 5 times, it's in its vulnerable state. And then you can finish it off easily from there. But if you are fast enough, like I just showed there, you can finish him off before he starts charging the ultimate attack, getting a truly damageless Arcanine fight.
Yeah, you did do the Arcanine damageless. That's a really cool thing to be able to do Arcanine damageless. Most of the time, most with the exception of one Lord, we will be doing it damageless. There's one Lord that we cannot. Well, we can, but it's really slow to do damageless.
Avalugg, I'm not that good at doing damageless, but it's not as vital to do damageless because you actually need to be not perfect in the first half of that fight. But
but
we'll get that in like
more on that when we actually get to the icy thing.
So, do you guys like math? It's just like
I love
listen, be honest. Math. Do you guys like math? Because now's the point where we need to figure out how many points we need to get to 8,500. And with this Finneon, you're right. It's a level 31 Evo. I did look it up. Did you happen to see if my Teddy Ursa can evolve? You know what? I'm gonna just not evolve it to make my math as simple as possible.
I mean, that's up to
and
you.
I know my Machoke is done because of the backup. Okay, so Ursaring is plus 80.
Right, let's figure out how many points you have first, and then figure out how many points you need. Because that's probably like the best way to figure things out.
My Teddy Ursa is 29. I can tell right there. Turbo moment.
Do you not have like a non-turbo A button? Or no?
I want to deposit junk items.
Deposit junk because we don't want junk anymore. Nice Reaper cloth, by the way.
Yeah, nice Reaper. Jeez. Okay. That's pretty funny.
Evolve dust
by depositing everything, I'm going to use the craft table to get all my stall sprays that I didn't get.
Yep.
30 marked.
All right.
66, 80.
66. Ugh.
That's pretty low.
6680, I believe.
All right, I'm gonna figure this out by. I'm gonna talk out loud here.
Time for math. Everyone loves math.
Yeah. So plus 80 minus 100, so that's minus 20. Because I'm still speedrunning, and the rest of that's normal, so that's just minus 20. But plus 120, so it's plus 100. So I'm just a plus 100, and I said I'm 6680. Okay. So I need 6 Pokemon and 100 points. Which...
You at least get 10 from Gastrodon if you choose to use...
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Those are extra points if I get them. So I need 6. I am marked correctly. 1... Oh, and I'm counting Ursa. I need 6? Okay, well, I guess we're gonna do, like... Y'all gonna get the full Area 4 experience, because 6680 is not all that many points.
Wait,
this is going to quite easily...
Is this Clefairy time?
I'm not gonna say no to that, but if I'm not doing particularly well, I might have to get the mountain camp just as a marathon safety backup.
Yeah. I mean, I think
it's
my
a Clefairy strat, because I
354...
hate going for Clefairy.
I think my 354 actually had to go for Clefairy, if I remember correctly.
No, I don't think I have to go for Clefairy. So here's what I'm gonna need. I finished Yama's Skuntank. I'll be going for the normals, Toxicroak, Gligar. I'll also be getting Voltorb. If I have enough stun items, Golduck, and then I don't have to do any of the nighttime Pokemon. Misdreavus is like my backup Pokemon, but we could just get Yanmega right off the top.
Oh, but Yanmega Gambit, I know that feeling.
But the Yanmega is pretty free to go for. It's just if you get both of them unspotted, you're in a golden position. But they're the lowest catch rates of the whole region. So you don't ever bank on it. It's just a really nice bonus if you get it. So this is really going to be the whole Area 4 experience.
We're about to get the whole Coronet.
I still think Area 3 is more difficult, but Area 4 can be pretty tight if you need to do a lot of things. And because my point situation isn't super great, I have to do basically everything.
Normally you want to be about the 7,000.
Yeah, 7,000's fantastic. 68 is usually pretty comfortable.
Right.
I'm basically one Pokemon behind.
We do shopping here or no?
Yes.
Oh, we do shopping. Yeah.
And then we just sell everything we've got here. So that Reaper Cloth, bye-bye. Oh, that's more than...
Oh, we're not seeing Duskmore today? Okay. So yeah, we're going to be doing the final shop. This is like the last opportunity to catch a bunch of Pokemon, and so we're going to be making the best balls we can, which is lead-in balls.
Oh, I just sold everything. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to do an extra...
we're going to... Yeah, you just sold all of those crafting items, so we're going to need to...
So, luckily, I have enough money, so I'm going to go hit up the Ginkgo Guild after this fight. Well, it'll be after I actually have to do an extra fly menu here.
So, yeah.
It's okay, I can recover.
I don't think doing Coronet...
With no self-sprays is literally impossible.
Self-sprayless is a good idea.
It's literally
Leafeon,
impossible.
do your thing. Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, the Leafeon didn't attack me in my last run. I got T-patted again.
Nice time save.
Hooray.
Anyway, welcome to the worst character in the entire game.
Oh, God. I had a rant that I actually found Sabby worse than Melly. Because Sabby costed me my first ever sub 4.
They're both top tier of being bad, like bad characters. Because they're just really annoying. They just don't want to do... They're just like, oh yeah, we need to deal with the Electrode that's definitely like rampaging the entire thing. Instead... there's no, my Electrode's fine. I'll deal with it. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
Anyway, say hello to Ingo, everyone. No, this is not a reference. This is the Ingo.
This is the Gen 5 Ingo. He's also here with us.
This Gen 5 Ingo from a hit Pokemon game, Pokemon Black and White and Black 2 and White 2, from the most beloved feature, the Battle Subway.
Hey, do you have stealth sprays? Here, I'll check.
Let's see. No. But, yeah. Arceus literally just said, you know what? It was so fun sending a random kid, back in time. I'm gonna do it again, except we're gonna take an adult instead.
I'm just really low on items here.
Yeah, you need.
Oh boy,
a couple of items.
Just remind me to pick up as many bugworts as possible.
Yeah.
Because that's what
I'm.
Are
there even bugworts here? Oh boy.
There are, especially like by the Parises. Let's see here. I can make 5 stealth sprays. If I pick up 2, I can make 1 more. If I pick up 5, I can make 2 more.
5
Which 7 should be enough, because usually you go into area 3 with 11, and that lasts through both of the areas. So getting 5 or 6, yeah, I'm gonna pick up a few just to make sure I'm.
All right. So first things first.
So I'm gonna make sure
we need Pokemon back in our body. Oh yeah, we need stealth space first. That needs to be made 5. 5 should be fine-ish.
So here's the thing about the Pokemon back in my party. I didn't really need Pokemon back in my party, but because I need those, we're gonna be fine here.
Actually, so here we're going to do that, and then we're gonna rest the evening. This is actually gonna be very important because we actually want to do the entire area by night, but also, Yanma has a very convenient task, and that being catching it in evening. So we're just trying to catch 2 Yanmas in evening without being spotted.
I do need the.
And these Yanmas are very important. The Yanmega is a nice thing to catch, but not unfortunately guaranteed to catch.
Okay.
Yanma got out the heavy ball, which is fine. That Yanma definitely saw you.
So this is really
So you're gonna need to catch 2 more Yanmas. You did catch a Yanmega though, so. So that's Pog.
I tried to use the not lead-in balls, but then it just decided to not work.
So let's hope for this one.
Okay, that's still unspotted, but I didn't get it.
It's still unspotted, but there's unlikely that you're gonna catch. You did catch the Yanmas, which is very important. But I don't know if you caught the second Yanmega.
No, I didn't.
Here.
Okay. I'll get bonus points for Yanmega. I'll get 60.
Yeah. Do note that.
Which again, I needed 100, so that's like half of the non-full Pokemon points I needed.
Just wanted to let people know I actually cannot hear the game. That might just be
okay. Yeah, I got the first one. I didn't get the second one. That's because all Pokemon are technically spinners in this game, and he spun at just the last second, which prevented me from getting a back strike.
Yeah, they're not the spinners, not rotators. They don't just rotate; they just spin. You do actually have to press A to go in that cave, by the way.
I thought I was, but I was at a weird angle. Alright, so again, I haven't checked my stun item situation yet, because I need enough stun items to do Skuntank. That's the priority. But if I have at least 6, I can go for Golduck. 8 is preferred. And there are some leaf piles to get a couple extra.
Yeah, this is where having stun items is very important. Like, all the endgame Pokemon right here are all stun based. There's very few feeding tasks left that we could even consider doing, with one exception being obviously Cleffa and Clefairy. Cleffa's not a guaranteed. But
I could also try to catch one of the Ursarenes I scare, and then I won't have to use Bulldoze.
I think it's just better you just use Bulldoze.
But I do need to scare 4, not 2. Because I need a cover for the evolution I'm not getting.
Wait.
Ooh. Yeah, because I'm going to evolve 1, which is catch 1, scare 4, and then I have to see 1 Bulldoze or catch a second. Because scaring is 10 per.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You don't get the thing. You don't get the special thing. Yeah, keeping a track of points is actually one of the most difficult things about this game, and it's also a way that makes the game a little bit more, I wouldn't say RNG, but more, you have to adapt.
There
You
was
have
a
to, like,
Zubat, which
adapt.
is, if you catch Zubat, it's just an automatic 60 points, but it saw me. Which,
Yeah.
like, how did it see me? It doesn't even have eyes. Have you seen an alpha Zubat before? There's no glowing red eyes. It's just
Apparently
like, hey,
it
that
does have glowing
Zubat's
red
kind of
Apparently
big.
it can see, it's just weird. Again, may I mind you, Game Freak developed this game. Also, you're gonna need to move because we still want it to be day for a little bit longer.
Here, I'm just gonna go for this.
So, yeah, we do have one mega
Sticky
stun item.
Glob,
Yeah, sticky glob,
which is very
really nice.
good. Which is why I was trying to calculate there.
Ideally, you want
that one
to
did not
catch two. You want to catch two stun 3, but that's
This
not
has
always
to get in.
guaranteed. If you don't catch this Golduck,
that's
you
good.
do need to stun it. Stun at one, but thankfully
Ooh,
you didn't.
there's a
So
leaf pile
that
behind
does
me.
save.
I do not
That
want
does
to...
save 2 stun items. However, we do need a few more stun items.
It would have actually costed me even more stun items, because I don't have any spoil apricorns left. I would have had to use
Yeah,
mud
you would
balls,
have to use
which
mud balls.
which would be very bad.
You don't want to
I
use.
actually want to pick up these bugworts. So I'm gonna look around for like an extra, like one more bugwort around here.
I don't
Let's
think
see.
there's. I think if you're going for the backup thingy, there's probably some around the Bronzor, I believe. I might be wrong.
Oh yeah, there might be. Just picking up one more bugwort helps me because that's one more
Anyway,
spell
you
spray.
cannot reject this fight. If you go activate this cutscene, you are forced to do this fight against the skunk tank. And don't worry, these trainers are actually going to be unfair later on, because while they don't have Pokeballs, they can just command more than one Pokemon, which is kind of a pain.
Yeah, we've
So,
seen
yeah,
that kind of minorly with like Adamant and Irida have the extra EV on the side, but we lose those fights. We're about to get a lot of fights where we're gonna get like 2-on-1 or even 3-on-1, and it's really unfair.
Yeah.
The 3-on-1s are annoying.
Yeah, the 3-on-1s are... Yeah, they don't have These are Wardens that they don't have any Pokeball. They don't have any Pokeballs. Also, it's kind of weird that Ingo came recently and automatically became a Warden.
Okay.
He really promoted himself, like, really quickly throughout the corporate ladder of the Pearl Clan.
Getting this.
So, right here, we're trying to figure out how Ingo came here because he has absolutely no memories, and like Volo believes that, hey, maybe the same thing that brought you here also brought Ingo here. So maybe they have like a link or something along those lines. For the most part, we just like to turbo A throughout most of the plot, but you know, we like to explain the plot here. Really lots of lore.
That's why we're
There
watching
is
the
a lot.
cutscenes.
There's a lot of lore that we're actually just not talking about.
There's
That's
a
because
lot.
we
There's a lot in this game. I really like this game casually too, because the story was like super fun. And the characters are all
There's
very
also like
good.
really interesting like post-game stuff where character you wouldn't believe is the bad guy is the bad guy.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do that stealth spray, and then I'm gonna do my evolutions here in
Yeah.
case I get a chance to use Ursaring, and then I need to get this Finneon. Good call on that backup.
Yeah.
Because I really did need these Finneon points.
Yeah, so Finneon gives and you also get like 20 Luminium points, which I know it doesn't mean much, but it might mean something.
Honestly, those
Yeah.
points are all adding up, so as long
Yeah,
as I
it is
get
slow. You don't really want to do this. You'd rather just catch 4. But sometimes dumb
I
fish
tend
end up
to, I
being
tend to
dumb.
go for Tentacool and then catch 2, but because
Yeah,
I didn't
but
have the stealth
you
sprays,
forgot
that
the stealth
became
spray, so
difficult.
Also, nice snowstorm. I guess you won't be seeing a distortion
Okay,
anytime soon.
there's one Teddy Ursa. Okay, there's an Ursaring. So I've stealth sprayed, so that way that scatterbang works. I do need to I need to wait till the ellipses go away, and then scatterbang one more. I am gonna, like, try to catch one.
Yeah, just catch one and go. Just go. If you get it, you get it.
Yep.
If you don't get it, you
If
don't
I
get
get,
it.
if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. And I
You didn't get it.
That's
So I
okay.
guess you're gonna have to see Bulldoze at some point.
Yeah, I'm gonna use it on Melee 2 instead of going into Gastrodon.
Also,
I'm just gonna
okay,
go
I want to
straight
say a fun
into
little fact here.
Ursaring.
Technically, you're not allowed to go left because there's an invisible wall there. But if you go back earlier on and do some platformings, you can actually just go around the invisible wall and just do stuff.
Yeah, because if you go to the right, you're kind of boxed in by these cliffs because we're about to get the rock climb ability.
No, it's not just the
Pokemon.
cliffs. It's just that if you just go left,
Can
here.
wait, Ingo, by the way, will tell us in the next scene about like, oh, like it's kind of like this hidden ability or hidden machine. Wait, what am I talking about? That doesn't exist. Silly me. And I love that he references HMs, but he's like, that doesn't exist around here. Was the funniest line in the whole game when I first heard it.
Also, as another fun fact, Ingo is the only warden that uses Pokeballs.
Yeah, and he also doesn't like 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 us. He's just like, no, Pokemon battles are 1-on-1.
Are you dead? Yeah,
He's
you're
a
dead.
cultured. No,
Oh, you
I'm
live.
not dead. Nice.
This guy Mega really wants to live.
I mean, we'll take that.
But don't you have to use moves on Yanma?
Nah, not really. Well, Ancient Power.
Yeah,
but
okay,
I can get
you
that
should
on the
use that
last
later.
fight.
Oh yeah, it's Agent Power you have to use, my bad.
I am gonna go.
Gastrodon, there is a gamble you can take
Oh,
here.
he
Never
used Quick Attack, so I died.
mind. You don't have
That's
to revive. Oh boy,
that's
here
kinda
comes
lame.
Lumineon. Hey.
You know what? I'm gonna make him beat up the Ursaring. I am gonna revive here because I do need to get a strong style done. I
You
was
can use a strong style
hesitant
later.
to.
Because you only need to use one. And you can just use Strong Style Mud Bomb, which also gives you 10 extra points.
That's true. Okay.
I guess you can
we'll
just
just
use like
try
a slash
to,
here.
yeah.
And then just send out the Fin. And then does Finion have points? I don't know if I found out.
I can use the strong style here now because now it's guaranteed. And he did quick attack, get the high initiative like last time. I'm back on track. It's all fine. It's all good. Oh no, the Ursaring's not finished yet. So like that.
Task for Finion. It's not
Yeah, I just
waterfall.
have to be careful. My
bubble.
stun item situation is just.
If you
so
had Bubble,
close.
you could have actually got yourself an extra 10. But it didn't have Bubble, so.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh yeah, you have the HM for Wall Climb, the best HM in Platinum.
So-
Wait, no, that's default.
So here's how fast my PB is. I was only 4 minutes behind at Basque Legion. I'm now 10.5 minutes behind on this fight.
Yeah, but part of that can
That
be
was-
blamed on having to watch
That was
cutscenes.
half an hour. Half an hour. And my PB gained 6 minutes.
Also, say hello to the thing that looks human-sized for some reason. Not gonna lie, this is a very, very tall Sneasler.
It very much is.
It is, again, a noble Pokemon, and it's actually gonna be helping us. So we got the Basque Legion last time. This Sneasler has some uses to take some certain shortcuts, because it can climb walls. And we're
And
just gonna be
there's-
inside its little basket, little thing.
And there's a lot of walls in this area.
I always kind of wish that when you were in Sneasler, it also had a stealth mode where you can blend in with other Pokemon. But
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
anyway, Gligar, yeah, that's a new thing.
Yeah,
haven't done
Glygars are
Since
interesting.
I've done a year
Getting
ago.
up here is also the most annoying thing in the world.
So here comes the stealth sprays. You don't have enough bug warts yet to make another
Oh,
one.
actually, I do need to do some revives.
Yeah, revive that and revive Ursaring.
Good call. I would've
You still
forgot
need to
about
use
that.
both of those. And then just use
and
the
then
hyper
just the
potion
B, yeah, just
on
access
Ursaring, and even Yanmega is probably fine.
Yeah, I don't
Actually, no,
need
you don't need it
Yanmega.
on Yanmega. There comes the Gligar.
And this first one's the most difficult because I can never find. I can never find my here. Okay.
Okay, so there's one, there's two. What's the task for Gligar again?
Catch 4 unspotted 2 genders. That one saw me.
If gender's not a thing, then
then you're SOL. If that one catches them automatic though.
What's the backup if they're all like
Ooh.
guys or all gals?
There is no backup. This one has to get in. Okay, we're fine.
Interesting.
There is literally no backup. You need to have two genders. Okay, there's my bug wort.
Wow, so hope that the 50-50 doesn't screw you so many times.
Yeah, 4
Hope
times.
you don't flip heads like 10 times.
There's a bunch of them. Nice rate.
Oh, you got another bug one. So you have enough
Yeah,
for one more stealth spray right now. And then, yeah.
Here's another, like, scaring task. By the way, the scatterbangs have a massive area of effects. Ooh, I actually did get that one.
It's massive, but it's not that big. There you go. That's 3 and that's 4. So you only need is like one more. Actually, wait. No. You saw Venoshock, right?
Yeah, you always do. It's
that means you technically only need to scare 3.
It's literally scare 3, catch 1. And of course, I have to stun
scaring
lock
is the easy part. Catching, not quite so much. So we're kind of catch looping here, and hopefully, it eventually one day will like to stay
I might
in
have to go
the bowl.
for this one.
Yeah, that Toxic Cook's being a bit of a douche. Maybe this one might be nice.
Of course, it gets in the moment I walk away.
Yep. And we probably catch a second one. Right? No, you didn't catch a second one. So Golbat's not really useful. Here's where we want to use our stun. We want to use 1 spoil and 1 that. I'm pretty sure Sticky Glob just auto stuns the skunk.
Yes, it does.
We get 2. Hopefully Vicious stays
I only needed the 1. Get stun 2, catch 2 is just a bonus 20 points, and it's a little safer. Didn't even catch.
So you still got stun 2. So
I still got it. I'm still fine. I just need to see flamethrower from it.
Oh yeah, because tasks also work from not just using a move, but just seeing one.
Alright,
and
okay, I'm like perfect
2 more
on
stealth
stealth
sprays. So this is actually where a part of the other Avengers Assemble comes in. Sneasel. These Sneasels are level 55, and they're gonna be, and 2 of them are gonna be part of our 53 to 56. Ideally, we want to see at least 1 higher than 55.
But that's fine. I'm not gonna wait around for that one. Catching 2
so
is
we
fine,
catch 3. If it stays in, so you got 155, 154. Okay. That's fine. And then here, this is the most important one.
The most important thing in that one saw me.
Haunters. Just run away and then come back. You're fine.
I'm gonna loop around. I don't have any stun items. That's the problem. I can't stun it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to try one more time. While you're here, I guess you can catch a Voltorb. There are some more you can technically check on the upside.
Yeah, I'm gonna check up here. Oh, I'm really nervous.
Yeah, that's why you have to be at night, because we really want to catch these things. You have to be careful. Your stuff is off. I see a Ghastly. That's not actually no, that is a Haunter. I thought that was a Ghastly. Nighttime is running out.
Man! Ah!
We love spinners. There's another Haunter that we can try.
I only have 1 leading ball, so...
Right. And then...
That's it. That's it.
No, we can try Pokeballs
from here. Oh, I got him!
Nice, nice, nice. So that Haunt is very important. That Haunt is actually going to be our primary attacker for the rest of this game. So unfortunately, Miss Drevis is now out the picture, and also Clefairy is out the picture. So we're going to go for Voltorbs, and hopefully... with enough of these, we should have enough. The only thing is that we are trying to catch a Voltorb in a Pokeball, which...
they're the best of the final catch rates. I only need 1. I could scare... I just need 1, to be honest.
You just need 1 Voltorb to stay in. Nice. I mean, you just need to scare 1 more Voltorb.
I'm just gonna scare 6.
Oh, scare 6. That also works. Number of heavy specimens. Nice. Actually, no, scare 5. That's all you need. I'm gonna scare 7. Scare 7.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Alright, this is
You
done.
scare 7. You're fine. You're good. Pokemon. Yeah, you have the right Pokemon in the lead. It's very important to have the right Pokemon in the lead, because once you talk to Melly, you are stuck in this fight, and whatever you lead is going to be the Pokemon that's fighting, which is not
double
great.
Remind me to use Ursaring.
Hopefully, this hopefully this is not the slowest Yanmega in the world. I have seen the slowest Yanmega in the world
Yes.
get outsped by a skunk tank. Do not ask how. Do not ask why. But
And
thankfully,
we don't attack the skunk tank. We want to get rid of the pawns. The
Yeah.
Zubat and the Skorupi love to use agile style moves, which again slows our initiative, which means the skunk tank tends to get more and more moves.
yeah. But the main thing we don't want to deal with is we actually don't want to deal with
We're gonna get a flamethrower here, so I'm actually gonna go into Ursaring now. Otherwise,
want
I'm
to
just
see
gonna have a
flamethrower, though, don't
Yanma
we?
die. Because the
We want
skunk
to see
tank's
flamethrower.
move was next. We want to see flame. No.
Well, we'll deal with that later. Right. First off, strong
No,
bulldoze.
you're right. You're right. I need to see flamethrower because I didn't catch 2. So I am gonna provoke it here. It's also fog, by the way.
Nice fog.
Yeah, nice
Kobe
fog in this
Scroopy
battle.
with ancient power. Don't we need to see 2 ancient power from Yanmega as well?
Yanmega doesn't matter.
Oh yeah,
I'm not getting the points for it. See, and then I missed flamethrower. Cool.
All right, we're gonna have to stick. We're gonna have to stay here until it goes for it. We're just gonna have to hit it with ancient power
Okay.
until eventually. There we go.
Alright, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're
Now
fine as
we
long
need
as I hit.
Now we need to go bulldoze. We want to go strong bulldoze.
No,
Just to make sure
I
we
don't
get
need strong
more
bulldoze.
accuracy.
No, and it does. The accuracy
And it
does
missed.
not increase. The accuracy does not go above 100%.
Yeah, unfortunately we do miss with first ring, so we might have to bulldoze like a random Pokemon later on.
No, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna revive and try again.
I guess so. We get more points. If we don't get it, then we're gonna have to just
Fog is gone.
fog is gone. So yeah, in this game, once the weather is gone, we don't see it anymore. Yeah, we do have to do some really wacky backups here because this fight is actually one of the hardest fights. Another triple fight is actually ridiculously easy compared to this one, surprisingly. But yeah, here we bulldoze. Skunk Tank takes a little bit more damage, and then we'll finish it off with.
Yes.
You could Mud Bomb to get 10
No.
more points. If you
No,
really did.
no, absolutely not, dude. Have you seen how bad this area has gone? I have literally had a perfect areas 1 through 3, and this area went very, very poorly. I'm not risking 90% accuracy because I'm out of
95.
revives, and I need to defeat that Skunk Tank with a ground type move. And again, I'm out of revives, so I'd
had
be
one.
very SOL.
You actually had one revive.
If I missed.
So, finally get Melly to convince them to finally help out to deal with the Electrode problem. She still thinks that the Electrode is going to be... he thinks that Electrode is actually going to
Be fine.
beat us to a pulp, and we're going to be like, nope, we're just going to absolutely thrash it. At least we hope T-Pet's absolutely going to thrash it. This is... I would probably consider a hard one, like one of the hardest nobles, simply
Hardest
because
to learn, but it's the easiest to just do well.
this noble you always take damage. This is the one noble where damageless is just slower. So we are always taking damage, and if we are not careful, we can actually die. We can actually die here by taking way too much damage. So this is gonna be the Electrode. It has a couple of attacks that it does go for. The first attack is kind of like an Electro Ball attack that it fires an electric homing shot. If you
We
try
do
to do
not
this,
dodge those because
cannot
they're
dodge those.
impossible to dodge. They also don't really stun you that badly. You get interrupted, but you don't get like knocked down.
yeah, no.
The
So you just
falling
take a little stun.
towards attack, and those we will be dodging.
Yeah, so we want to go around in circles and try to avoid as many Voltorbs bombs as we can. This fight can be a little bit of RNG because the Voltorbs can sometimes... There's some patterns that we like to see when it comes to the Voltorb bombs, and then there's some patterns that we don't like to see. Also, this Electro can jump. He won't jump the first time, but he will jump the second one. So here,
Yeah,
we kind of just like
always.
to move in a clockwise. Keep moving is like the main aim of the game, and just continue. He can sometimes jump here. It is a bit slow to see a jump, but it's not that slow. Here we
In
want to
fact,
be
he
careful.
didn't
We
go
wanna
for it
move-
because I was angled towards the center, which I'll try to do again here.
So here, we actually activate Rage Mode a little early, which is fine. It's actually not that bad to activate Rage Mode early. There's one notable you don't want to do that, but we'll get to that later. Here, if we do it fast enough, we should...
You just keep rolling, and as long as the Voltorbs don't fall directly on you, you don't have to roll dodge, and that was...
You'll always jump, you'll always do one jump to the center. There's no way to avoid it, but...
Yeah, like
so
that
here,
one, for example.
You need to dodge out the way, but thankfully, you actually did this really cleanly. If you don't do it fast enough, his desperation move is actually just a giant nuke throughout the entire stage.
We call it the tactical nuke.
Yes, it is the absolute tactical nuke where he just covers the entire board, and yeah, there's nothing that you can really do. You can't avoid it. You can't do anything about that. You just have to take.
What a weird party.
Yeah, it is a weird. It's weirder when you don't bring the fish and the bear with you, because it's literally just a slug and 5 bugs.
Because you just catch all the Yanmas and they're all in your party. And then if you don't get them all, then you end up with a, you usually end up with a Golduck, because that's the next thing you catch. I've had that before.
It's just like, it's the slug and the 5 bugs.
So the Haunter was giving me problems, but it was actually the Toxicroak that was the biggest troll. Because how many lead-in balls did I waste on that Toxicroak?
I think it's about 5.
Because I got the Haunter on the last lead-in ball I had, which was very scary.
So I actually want to talk about this. Haunter is actually a I wouldn't say relatively new, because it was still something that I used to do when I was. It's actually one of the latest things that actually got developed. It was actually by a Japanese runner who actually showcased us the Haunter strat. Instead of what we used to do, which is like an Alpha Sneasel plus Glalie.
Yeah.
They actually showed us the Haunter strat, which does actually have
also
a couple
had
of
just
benefits.
what we call the high level Sneasels.
Yeah.
Because there are Sneasels that are like level 45, and the ones I caught are like 55.
Yeah, 53 to 56 they can be. You have a couple. Here we're also gonna find out the moment of truth as to what. Oh yeah, that's actually smart.
Yeah, it's fine, because we're facing a Mr. Mime to die. And Toxicroak will be fine. I might
moment of
outspeed
truth.
it,
Do
but
we actually have enough points? That's actually the big moment of truth.
I think so. Yep, 8610.
Nice. We don't have to do wacky backups
with
to get enough
39
points.
Pokemon. So I've completed 39 dex entries, which is pretty average. 38 to 39 is typically what you get. If you're getting a 40 finish, you're usually getting like 86 and being not very efficient with your dex research. But I have gotten a 37 finish because I've had like 5 or 6 Pokemon with like 80, 90, 70 points. But this I did not, so 39 makes sense.
Yeah, 39 is about what you want to aim for, I believe. I actually haven't seen world record, but I believe 35 is what most people. 39. 39 is like,
yeah. 35 is insanely low.
Yeah, that's way too low. 39 is where most people are trying to get. Whereas
and I do have a dex tracker, like a Pokedex tracker. And I'm using that not so much to keep track of my points. It's you keep track of your points to keep track of your points, which is why the math is important. But generally speaking, 38, 39 is the wheelhouse that you're going for. 40 is very safe. 37 is possible if you're getting extra points elsewhere. So just like looking at my dex tracker, like I have extra points from Silcoon and Yanmega and Teddiursa, and that's it. If I had extra points from like also Graveler and Tentacool, then I might have been able to get away with a 38 finish. But yeah, 39 is very typical. 38 is also common.
Yeah. You want to try and hit as close to 85 as possible. You do not want to have the many upon many moments where you have the 8490.
Which is sad to be 10 points off, but is an easy fix.
It is an easy fix, but it's slow as balls.
Yeah, you have to go grab a Yanma and evolve it for 20 points. points. Which you can do easily, but if you're more than 30 points away, then you're a little behind the ball.
Yeah, 20 points is fine. That's just an Evo. Actually, 40 points. Like, if you evolve a Yanma into a Mega, that's actually 40. So you're fine.
Unless you already had the 2 Yanmegas.
Unless you have the 2 Yanmegas. In that case, it's
Because
only
then you
20.
don't get
There's
the
other Pokemon that you can do. Like, if you caught a random Aim Palm and evolve that, that's also 40.
Yeah.
There's actually just a lot of Pokemon. If you just catch one and if it has the ability to evolve, just evolve it and you should be fine.
Can you explain the lore of this cutscene?
Cylene's afraid of Wurmple. That's it. That's the lore.
Get it out of here.
She has the.
I mean, it
Misty
does make
syndrome.
sense. He does have a psychic Pokemon, and psychic types are weak to bugs, so...
Yeah, of a sheep. Never mind, but Silene.
It was also very funny. It's like, bug! Get it out of here! Ah!
I swear she's seen like more scary things, but yeah, bugs apparently is her biggest weakness. Anyway, after this, we're going to assemble our master team that we're going to be taking throughout the entirety of the late game, which
Like,
is
the hard work is done. The hard work of this run is done.
Yes.
It's been hectic. I've honestly, like, the last 30 minutes have just been panicking on the inside, like, the whole time.
Yeah. These next
Now
5...
I can relax and just coast through the end game.
And hopefully this Mr. Mime actually just uses a psychic move.
It's very...
You would
it very
think it
commonly
does,
goes for
but trust me,
psychic.
I've seen stupid things.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Usually what happens is you go first, which I didn't, and you have to make sure to pick a move that doesn't give you research. So that way
Yes.
you can do research lists for this next area. So that's very
Yeah,
important.
one of the main reasons why using the Haunter and picking up 2 high-level Sneasels. Yes, our team is going to be Haunter, 2 Sneasels, a Skuntank, and a Gastrodon. It is the weirdest team that I think anyone has ever used in the entirety of speedruns, but because it's literally a team of 5 poison types and a slug.
It is 5 poison types, isn't it? Or 4 poison types.
4 poison types and a slug. And
I just want to say we
Yeah.
are about 10 to 15 minutes away from closing the incentive to pick Adaman or Irida. So any last second donations that you guys want to put in, whether we team up with the Diamond Clan or Pearl Clan respectively, to make sure to get those in. That is coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes. One of these two, you know, in case you were unfamiliar.
by the way, Irida actually finds this place really warm. By the way.
That's what I'm saying. She gets me for real.
But yeah, now Alabasta is actually the thing that we spend the least amount of time in because we don't need to catch a single thing. In fact, not catching anything is actually the most ideal thing. So we're gonna have a team of 5, not a team of 6. We do want to keep it empty because there is actually one more Pokemon that we are going to catch. So we're always gonna pick the Skuntank, and then we're gonna pick the 2 Sneasels. We want the highest level 1 possible.
Wait.
Mainly because
Sorry.
55.
Sorry, I needed to like an exact party. I was looking at the attack and the speed stats just to see what I have, and they're neither are impressive.
Yeah.
It's just something I'm getting more used to. There are strats with how strong the Sneasels are and how fast they are can determine some very small optimizations.
Yeah, and I'm clearly out of touch with this game. The old strat used to be is we would catch a Glalie and an Alpha Sneasel nearby, kind of have the similar coverage. And the Pokemon that we would back it up with is Skuntank and Gastrodon still. And there was one more that we'd use, but I forgot what it was.
The Alpha Sneasel.
No, I already said that.
Jeez. Alpha, yeah, Gastrodon.
Alpha
it was
Sneasel,
Gastrodon,
Alpha Sneasel, Glalie, Gastrodon, Skuntank, and there's one more that I'm not remembering.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since we've actually done that old strat.
I think it's just that.
No,
I
we
think
have
it's just-
one more. We need one more. I remember, but I forgot what it was.
Who knows? I think with 2 Skuntanks.
Rufflet! That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
Because we needed a flying
right.
type. But now we don't need the flying type anymore. For different reasons.
Yeah, because it used to just be Staraptor. Was
It used to be Staravia, but then we realized that thing's bad. It used to be Staraptor, and then it used to be Staravia, and then we realized both of those things are bad.
And you could
And
just
so
catch a
it was
Rufflet
Rufflet,
in this
and then we
area.
realized that Haunter Strat is actually better.
I did get the highest level Haunter. If you only get a 53 Haunter, you don't have access to Strong Style Shadow Ball yet.
Same thing with
that's
Sneasel.
fine.
If you don't have a 50, at least a 54 Sneasel, don't get access to Strong Close Combat. Which is actually going to be important. Sneasel has 2 chances. A lot of the time, you just have to accept whatever Sneasel you have. So, this fight, before you used to use... you still use Sneasel to take out the Glalie. And then
you would just power through with Poison Jab and it's a 2-shot.
Yeah.
But the Haunter's
Unless you
fast
got
enough.
lucky and got the rare Shadow Claw Sneasel.
Because
alpha
all alpha
Pokemon
Pokemon
have a chance to learn a random TM by itself. And
it
you
has
get
one of
Shadow
its
Claw,
tutor
that
moves.
saves so much time. Anyway, here comes the other most annoying character. Because apparently playing a game of Chase
And
is...
Sabi just thinks she's clairvoyant as well, and it's just like, yeah, whatever.
So yeah, we're gonna be playing a game of Chase the Bird. Because this bird, because we need to get exactly where behind her to get a certain ice thing to get to the to make bombs for the Titan. And
Yeah, we
so
need the
normally the game wants
eternal
to
ice.
chase it, but we're actually not gonna do that. We're actually gonna say hello to a Pearl settlement.
It's
And
very
mainly just
important
to
that
get
you
the warp
let the
point.
title card come up for a full second, otherwise you don't actually get the fly.
Yeah. So wait for the title card to appear. Once you see the title card, right about nowish, you then go to the map and then you warp to back to camp because
We'll need that warp point later.
yeah, the old strat, like the
Ugh.
old
That's such a
old
bad spot. Come on.
the old
Okay.
the old strat. Oh, I remember the old strat. It was awful.
Hulk
If you don't know what the
fly
old
point
strat
once.
or backup strat now is, from up here you would have to fall down, and if you fall down incorrectly, you straight up die.
Yeah, when I was de-wrestling this game, I totally forgot. Like, I just outright didn't get the warp point. I just warped back right away. And I was like, oh, I didn't get the warp point. How do I get down this mountain? Very carefully.
That used to be the strat, by the way, until we figured out, oh, you just warp here. And it's just also very useful to have that warp point anyway, because we have to kind of go nearby back there later on, because something getting banished, something. What?
Something. Lore!
Lore.
Alright, watch
speaking
this.
of fun
Skyrim
things-
moments. Just run up the mountain. Cool.
Yeah. One fun thing. Game Freak, in the post game, you can actually catch a Regigigas in the Snow Point Temple. Game Freak hates Regigigas so much, they gave Regigigas its ability in a game that has no abilities.
No abilities.
It gave it slow start in a
Terrific.
game that has no abilities. It hates
actually has slow start.
Regigigas.
So funny.
Like, it's like, what did Regigigas do to hurt you, Game Freak?
It's
like-
still mean. It still uses, like, Giga Impact and everything.
Yeah, now we're gonna enter into the Snow Point Temple, and I hope you like running, because you're not. Apparently, it's sacred to not ride your Pokemon in the temple, and it's like, oh, that's stupid. We're then gonna say hello to the Catch-em-all main, and the main reason I actually like this category because it actually uses one of my favorite Pokemon.
So, funny story about that. I like to use the Stealth Spray to get around that Alpha. But I've used all my stealth sprays, so it's just going to be a lot more difficult for me.
Other fun fact, one of my runs, I had a shiny... Oh, I'm actually going to make you pay attention, because there's actually a fun way to remember these puzzles. The first,
first one
is
is
actually my favorite. Is RSI, the
it's
hand
what you
condition
get
that
when
you
you play
get
this game.
for speedrunning this game. The second one is
How do you pay your taxes? You have to contact the IRS.
you have to contact the IRS in apparently Rhode Island.
Because that, yeah.
As a non-American, it actually took me a while to figure out what the hell is Rhode Island.
And then the last one doesn't have a fancy like
It's
clue.
Sir
It's
Icer.
just Sir Icer. Sir Icer.
So, apologies for any fellow Americans watching. I did not know what Rhode Island was for a while. Although, in fairness, neither did Shady. So, we were both in the case of what the hell is a Rhode Island?
So I do have to be a little extra careful here because of the.
Alright.
Stealth
Here
spray
comes the Alpha Gallade.
Like, just run behind it.
Sad
But...
story. One of my any percent runs had a shiny Alpha Gallade, and I had to run away from it.
Oh.
Oh no! You're just gonna have to take. You're just gonna have to take the shout.
Or you do exactly what I did.
Oh, I guess
Yeah, you just run straight back.
I mean,
you're kind of
I wouldn't say that's faster or slower. But yeah, I had a shiny Gallade that I had to run away.
Oh, that's so sad.
And the worst part is because you're rank 5, you actually can't catch it. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't catch it.
My coolest shiny was in a catch-em-all run. It was the Alpha Steelix spawn shiny. And I was just high enough to catch it because it comes at level like 60. I did catch it, and I did save that one. Weirdly enough, Crisis, my last 2 catch-em-all runs, I have 0 shinies.
Oh, nice. Anyway, here comes the easiest fight in literally the entire game. So
no, it's
we're
not.
gonna close combat the Magmortar.
Nope. You're wrong. You're wrong. If you get a wrong sequence of turn order, the Rhyperior can go twice with an agile, strong style and kill the Gastrodon.
Okay. Yes, but the reason why I say this is like this used to be a really tough fight. It's still kind of tough.
This is good because you want the Rhyperior to KO you, so the Gastrodon can come out and KO it before it gets a turn in.
But the reason why this fight is not really free, but kind of easy, is because the Electivire only knows electric moves. So if you just send out a ground type, it becomes from a 3v2 to a 3v1 to a 2v1. And now the Electivire just literally cannot do anything to us because we're part ground type.
That's the sequence we want to see. Yeah,
so
if the Electivire kills the Sneasel, it is then the Rhyperior's move, and it will go for agile horsepower into strong high horsepower. And it's really bad when it does that.
Yeah. One of the main reasons why Gastrodon was actually really good, and one of the reasons I suggested, is that one of the things that we really wanted early game, and one of the things that we didn't have, was a ground type. We just didn't have a good ground type that we could use, and I suggested Gastrodon. Really easy to collect, really easy to pick up. You evolve it, and its water typing is actually also useful when the close combat Sneasel strat wasn't really a thing. Because we used to use a bunch of different other Pokemon. We used Golbat for a while as well.
This is one of the big reasons why we have Haunter. It is the Braviary killer.
It is the bird killer. We're going to use it to kill 2 birds.
Psychic birds, to be specific.
Yeah. We used to have Glalie as the bird killer, but now Haunter turned into the bird killer because it actually has one niche, very, very useful thing that will happen later on, and it has something to do with pulse moves, and we'll get to that. Anyway, we finally now get the ability to glide, because despite the fact that this bird can't fly, we're not allowed to fly.
Yeah, it can't go up. It can only go up when you first summon it, and then it can only glide down from there.
I mean, it technically can go up if you do like a complex series of inputs where you kind of abuse the game state a little bit, where Braviary just continues to go up and up and up and up. It's how you can catch multiple Braviaries without going into the temple and back out in the air. Only applicable for 100%, nothing else. Only applicable for the one person.
I
who
just
did
want to
100%.
mention, like, if you're scared of heights, you can turn away now.
Are you just gonna run off and just like?
Yeah.
All right, have fun with that.
I'm just gonna straight up bungee jump off this temple. And this temple's on a cliff, so I'm gonna jump off the cliff side of the temple.
Just don't be too low for obvious reasons.
What? No. The bungee cord will save me.
What bungee cord?
Hmm?
What bungee cord?
Just
I
wait
don't
and
see any
see.
wires.
Alright, here we go. Whee! Okay.
Is that? That might be too low. Is it
Nah.
not?
That's fine. I'll just like pump once or twice. That's totally fine.
Oh yeah. Little trick, you can actually maintain your speed, but press B, which actually maintains a little bit more of your height. Yeah, that's actually not a bad height, damn. I need to learn that. Setup.
You just gotta make sure that you just have to make sure you jump off
Also,
of there.
God just sent us a dank meme for us to check out. He's gonna do that a little bit more. He's actually gonna send some dank memes so powerful, it actually creates cracks on walls.
He's gonna be like, LOL, let me open it for you.
I actually know exactly which ones opens which doors. You'll figure it out. Which exact memes he sends us. But specifically the dank one. Anyway, here we're gonna go right, and we're gonna fly, and then we're gonna go towards here. We're gonna
Now
get
this I do need to do some of
another
these.
cutscene with Volo, who tells us about some stuff because plot.
Oh, the illusion of choice is on full display here. So Volo's hanging out with Garrick, and Volo's like, I have a hint for the next Lord. Would you like to hear it? And if you say no, he's like, haha, too bad, I'm gonna tell you anyways. And it's like, haven't you ever heard of spoilers, my dude?
No. Because, speaking of, no, he doesn't care about spoilers. He's somehow evil in some way. He might be more evil, but he's evil enough to just give us the illusion of choice.
So to lore this up before I jump into this next one, is this next Lord is by far the largest Pokemon we've seen the whole game. It's like the size of a mountain, which is pretty cool. Now, Avalugg, we can do a strat called Rage Skip. Would you like to explain what Rage Skip is?
Gladly. So, throughout the other fights, we've seen the Pokemon go into a Rage form, which makes them invulnerable to some damage, while also making their next attacks be more powerful, and also go for a desperation move.
And they go a little faster too.
And they also go a little bit faster. In this boss, and only this boss, we can actually do something known as Rage Skip, which actually skips the entire animation. In order to do so, we need to make sure that we don't trigger Rage early by being too good in the boss fight, and then afterwards, once it starts one of its attack animation, we are then going to have to try and get its HP all the way down before it triggers its Rage animation. So that's essentially what this boss fight is. It's pretty difficult to actually get Rage Skip. I actually never gotten Rage Skip once in my entire attempt of
I got it for the first time ever in my last practice run.
So here, first thing he's going to do, he's going to send out some Ice Blast. You can actually just walk left and right on the Ice Blast, and it won't be too much of a big deal. You did take a hit here, but luckily you don't actually have to be really good in this phase. You have to be good in the next phase.
Right.
So that's going to be the first attack he's going to do.
Yeah,
The next attack he's then going to do, then he's going to spit out some ice things that we're going to have to dodge. He's going to do one in the middle, one to the left, and then one to the right. And then here, we don't want to trigger just yet, and now we want to. I believe we want to start.
I missed one.
So yeah, now we want to start actually fighting it, because now he won't go into rage until his next few attacks actually go off. So he's going to do this Icicle Spear, where there's going to be some ice in the middle that we have to dodge. And then he's going to do this massive Ice Beam that we're going to have to dodge across, like so. Oops. And then now we just here to spam all the food that we need to do right now, just so that it can.
And you got to do it up.
Take it. You're going to do it up, and if you have just enough, you can.
I got it the last second.
Skip it going enraged, and base and save a couple of seconds. Nicely done.
Yes!
It is to note, this is actually one of the most difficult tricks to do in the boss fight. This is actually the most, well, there's actually one other rage skip that
There's
you
one of those
can do in the final fight that's actually more difficult to pull off, in my opinion. But this one is actually a really difficult trick to pull off, and getting rage skip does save a significant amount of time. So, the fact that you managed to pull off in a marathon run, really, really, really well done.
Like thoroughly worthy being hyped about that.
That is not an easy trick.
I've been like one pip away multiple times, and it's like I can't get it. It's just like the next hit kills it. So to finally get it now twice in a row is just so slick. I put myself in a little tougher position because I missed a couple of my bomb throws around the icicle missiles, particularly the one right before it started, because that's the moment where you don't want to be halfway yet, because otherwise the missiles come faster, and then thus you can't throw as frequently, and then it becomes impossible. So it's just a very weird dynamic to get it just perfect, and I was actually like 1 HP away from where I wanted to be. By the way, by doing no research, we are done with the area.
That's actually one of the things about doing it. We also have to make sure that we don't pick the wrong moves for both Gastrodon and Toxicroak and Haunter, because they all have tasks. Gastrodon less so is because it has to use strong. So in Coronet, we either have to use exactly 1 or 3 strong moves for Gastrodon before going to Alabaster.
Because by using
there's a research for 1 and research for 3. So if we do 1, we can then use 1 for 2 and skip research. And now we should never have to deal with research ever again. So we can use as many moves. We can use many optimum moves as we can.
Yeah, because we're not going to get any more research tasks done.
All right. So, Teapot.
Yeah.
We cleansed all the nobles. Surely nothing will go wrong, right?
Yeah. It's doing great. Nobles. Jubilite Village is thriving. You know, we are learning to work
Laverton
together.
Doesn't really like the fact that we kind of went to the noble and fought it, despite the fact that it wasn't actually doing anything. It was just kind of chill. And we kind of showed up.
That's the Pearl Clan being weird, and Garrick tattooed.
It wasn't Pearl Clan. It was Laverton who told us he didn't like it. The professor.
Yeah. Well, Garrick was really.
Garrick was kind of like. Why should you do it? But yeah, surely he's like, nothing
bro,
happens, right?
You have to come through me,
right?
Well, the state of the world is about to change, and in a moment we're going to be tasked with one and only one mission.
So we just had an explosion happen.
Yeah,
surely that was nothing,
you know
right?
what? Probably just the weather, right? It's just another thunderstorm.
Teapot, I have a question.
Yeah?
Did your weather predict RGB sky?
Where'd the weather go? It's not where I've never seen this weather. This just isn't weather. Not only is the RBG sky not weather, it's actually the absence of weather. So fun fact about the RGB sky, there literally cannot be weather during this phase of the game, and it is to our advantage in catch-em-all runs to guarantee that distortions are spawned and not disrupted by inclement weather. And if you look, there's usually a little weather icon in the top left corner of the Arc phone screen, the map screen, and it is literally just a distortion icon. So there is no weather. No weather.
Yeah, Arceus right now is currently having the phase of every teenager who likes computers, where they want to have as much rainbow buff as much as they want. So that's what's happening. Anyway, Kamado believes that we're the ones who caused all the Pokemon to go in a frenzy, and also caused the sky.
What?
And they believe in the principle of guilty until proven innocent.
What?
And so we're getting banished.
I like to call this part of the game the moment where we are banished and we cannot return until we've captured the avatar.
I think space and time god is more appropriate, but yes.
No, we're banished and we have to capture the avatar.
Like, thankfully, it's not going to take.
Cannot
2
return
years
to the
do
Fire
so.
Nation. Gotta capture
Sadly.
the avatar.
Right? Thankfully, it's not going to take us 2 years to do so. It's going to take about an hour.
A couple minutes. At least 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
And we
Also,
have to do
I
this
probably should say this
slow
right now.
walk.
This is the absolute last chance to change the donations. This is the
Yes.
last time to actually ask yourself, are we going with Adamant or are we going with Irida?
Yeah,
This is your last chance. If you
let's close
want-
that donation in like 2 to 3 minutes here, because it's gonna come up very fast.
After the once you go to the thing,
Warren
the
Bridge.
other hub world, that's when we go to that's when we close the donations. That's the incentive. So you have like a couple more minutes. So if you want us to travel with Adamant, please go get your donations in for Adamant. But if you want to donate for Irida, please get in your donations for Irida. I have no idea what the thing is, but we'll figure it out eventually.
Who knows? You should probably just snipe it either way. Yeah, so we've been banished out of Jubilite Village. We literally cannot go back. We are not allowed.
Yeah, no shopping. No, we can't go back yet. We will eventually be able to go back, but right now, we're not coming. We can't go back. And
Furthermore, it has been explicitly said that the clans are not allowed to help us either, because if the clans are helping us, that is in direct violation of like helping the enemy, and then they will be thus cut off from the Galaxy team's like supply and resources. So they're like,
yeah, so
don't.
they technically can't help us, but
they're gonna one of them's gonna help us in secret. They're just gonna not tell their wardens what's going on. They're just gonna be like,
yeah.
just
Even
chill.
the wardens right now are saying, yeah, we can't help you. Our
And
hands
they're
are
like,
tied.
yo, we're not supposed to help.
We would like to help you because you helped us, do stuff, but unfortunately we cannot help you. So we have to do this twice.
They're not gonna like get in our way or like try to not like hurt us, but they're like,
yeah, our hands are tied. It's like,
yeah,
we'll be court-martialed on the spot. Anyway, hi Statler, bye Statler. We're kind of riding on your evolution that has never been seen ever again.
I like Stantler.
I think Statler's okay.
I really like Weird Ear. I had a Weird Ear on my casual team.
Fun fact, this Munchlax will never evolve because apparently Mai does not like her Munchlax very much. They evolved by friendship.
She didn't have to click the button. Remember, this game you have to click the button that says evolve before they evolve. She could just choose. Maybe she wants the 20% extra experience.
No, she can't tell the difference between a Munchlax and a Zorora hiding as a Munchlax. So it's actually the fact that Munchlax is not good friends with them. Anyway, this is when Turbo was not allowed, this was actually the only time in the entire run you actually had the chance to go use the toilet.
And that was like the most important text box of the whole game, is the Shink saying "Grr." But yeah, like 1 more minute and let's close the donation incentive, because it is gonna come up pretty quickly here.
Very fast.
Last second donation, you gotta go like now.
You want to snipe? Snipe now. You want to go us with either best girl? Best girl Adamant or best girl or Irida? Now's your chance.
So since neither the Pearl Clan or Diamond Clan are being allowed to help us, we might get some help from an old friend. Volo, being part of the Ginkgo Guild, is just like, I'm under no such restrictions to not help you, so you know what? Come to my place.
Volo does play by his own rules, so
Volo does play by his own rules. But yeah, let's close the incentive now, and On the next like refresh, just let us know because we're within a minute of picking Adamant or Irida. So yeah, whenever you want to tell us which one won, go ahead and tell us.
And if it's a draw, we have a way to figure that out.
Oh, I know what I'm picking if it's a draw.
Oh, I thought you could pick. Oh, I thought we might leave it to chance, but okay.
Eh.
It'd be interesting to see which one you pick.
I win the tiebreaker, okay?
That is true.
I'm the one playing the game.
That is true. You are the one playing the game, so you're the one who gets to choose. All right, let's see what we get. We're just waiting for some people to tell. Anyway, here's another character that looks like another character from the future.
Yeah, Khajiit is also very Cynthia-like.
Also, here's a dank meme Arceus has said. Apparently this one is Big Chungus. That's the first meme he sent. Oh boy.
But yeah, we are coming up, so
we need the incentive. Hopefully we can get the incentive very soon.
Come back and tell us which one to pick.
Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
I can maybe figure it out manually.
Yeah. Yeah, we're like watching the group chat, but here's the spot where we either pick Adamant or Irida. Which should we choose, chat?
We need the thing now. Right, if someone can check and tell us who actually won, that'd also be great.
Maybe spinning around works like it does in Sword and Shield. Whee!
Adamant won.
Okay, Adamant won. Alright, so we went with the best boy.
Yeah, we actually went with the best boy, not because it's just best boy. He's actually faster.
He's actually more consistent.
Oh, I thought he was actually faster.
Irida's technically the fastest option, but it is by far a lot more risky. Adamant's far more consistent.
Oh yeah, Irida risks coin flips.
Yeah.
We love coin flips.
But this is the point in the game where we've been tasked with finding the Lake Guardians and doing their
finding
trials.
The Lake Guardians and acquiring the 3 proofs that we actually met the Guardians and actually gained their trust. So here's actually something I also want to take credit for one more time, and that is the order that we do the Lake Spirits.
Oh,
and so
by the way, that's the fastest way to climb up the wall.
Yeah, so the way we get up here, that's not me. The order that we do which Lake Spirit we do, that's me. I actually created the fastest one. And the reason why we do it in this order is the reason why we do Alabaster first is because our cursor's already on it. So we don't have to move. The reason why we do the second one second is because it's actually more important to do the third one third.
Yeah. Because it
actually saves a loading screen. A pretty big loading screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you're like warping from the same area to the same area, the loads are pretty quick. But if you're loading from one area to a different area, that's when you're getting a big load time. And if you don't do the third one third, you get loaded into
turbo.
Yeah, turbo.
So yeah, so in these caves, you do actually have to fight these alpha Pokemon. These are actually the 3 alpha Pokemon where it's like these are new Pokemon, but we didn't really have places for them, so we're just chugging them in here. And so the first one we're going to fight is Zoroark, a normal and ghost type, which has only one weakness, being dark. Or, I guess, in Japanese evil. So there's a chance that the skunk type just straight up KOs a Zoroark. If it doesn't, we do have a backup. Nice, we got the critical. So,
the 3 alpha Pokemon are also known as the 3 ranges. All 3 are ranges. This one's the easiest one, because using a strong move actually increases the secondary effect of moves, and Night Slash's secondary effect is a high critical chance move. So it's a 50-50 chance to crit, and then it's still a like range even if you don't. So it becomes a very easy range.
Is dependent on a couple of things.
If you know about Uxie's from the thing here, it's how many eyes do all the Pokemon have?
Did you actually type that fast in a numpad?
Yeah.
Jesus, even I can't type that.
So you know fast. You know those dual factor security codes that you get via text message? Yeah, that's how I practice.
Damn.
How many eyes do all the Pokemon have? And you're like, 60131.
I mean, I've never typed that thing that fast. This is like the easiest range to get, I believe.
Yeah.
Because thanks to the
next one's the
crit.
hardest.
This one is the most annoying. The reason why these are hard ranges is because of two things. One, all of our Pokemon have random stats and also can be varying in terms of level. So sometimes we can have high level pokes and sometimes we have slightly lower level pokes. Second reason is that because these alphas are catchable, they also have random stats. So
yes, these are wild Pokemon.
They could be really, really bulky or not so bulky. This is the hardest range to get, but it's actually a secondary reason as to why Haunt is actually really good. Because if we miss it, there is a very, very good backup. Because this next just like in the trading card game, this next Pokemon is actually kind of annoying to deal with sometimes.
Yeah, you would know, because have you played Etchy yet? Because I think he's running the Goodra deck.
I have not running the Goodra deck, and I have not played against the Goodra deck, and even then I'm playing Mew, so I should be fine.
Oh yeah, you're right. I heard that is the counter. Alright, so we do Field in second because again it's not the first one. It's not where our cursor was.
It's not the first one. It's not the third one.
It's not the one we want to do last.
It's technically not the second one, which is the one we do last. There's three. We do the third one. We do the third one first. The first one second. The second one third.
So this we're using Sneasel. Again, we have two, but I'm going to use my higher level and higher attack Sneasel for obvious reasons. Game made it easy on me.
I mean,
I've had my last couple runs, my Sneasels, like one had higher speed and the other had higher attack, and trying to remember which was which, it was very challenging. This one's very easier. It's the highest level, had the highest attack and the highest speed. So I'm certainly going to favor one for the ones that I think will be better.
This is definitely a range. You're really hoping that this Goodra is not really defensive. This Goodra does have ridiculous amount of defense though.
Yeah, so the Goodra's signature move is a move called Shelter, which increases defense and evasion. And remember, evasion can only be circumvented by using pulse moves. Thankfully, our Haunter has our Haunter has Dark Pulse, but it's not very effective because this is a Steel type dragon.
It's neutral.
It's neutral, but like it's again with the increased
close combat does
stuff.
most of the damage anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, we go first. We're gonna chip it down. We want it really low at minimum.
Like ideally, just like very much red or just die. That's like the best option. Yeah, that's good enough.
It's cool. Okay, it didn't even go for Shelter.
Yeah, so strong Dark Pulse.
But we're still gonna go for it.
Even Dark Pulse is fucking kills. Just make sure you click the right move.
Yeah.
And one. Also, here's a very interesting. Interesting fact. So this one is just mash A, the trial. Yeah, I have funny names
Share
for the trials.
your emotions with me.
So there's the so I always have funny names of trials. Uxie's trial is the trial of 60131.
Yeah. Yep.
Mesper is the trial of mash of Turbo A, don't do anything. And Azelf's trial is the trial of do I have the willpower to continue this run?
So, I typed in that 60131 really fast. Whenever the Switch OS keyboard is up, you can use any keyboard that's plugged into the Switch. So I am literally using this wireless numpad to be able to type it in fast without having to use the the D-pad of the Switch controller.
Yeah, damn wireless. This man has technology.
The wireless has actually hurt me in some cases because I got to make sure that the numpad is actually awake before I start typing it in. So I'm usually mashing the backspace button to make sure that it stays awake.
Just a note, any old keyboard actually just works, and keyboard is actually slightly better if you're doing speedruns of incentives with nicknames, because you can just
type them in super fast.
You can just hit. It's like, I plan to probably use this in Let's Go to name a rival, just like a character on the keyboard. Keyboard enter, just go. It'll probably be slightly faster. Probably. It might not be.
Yeah.
Any
USB keyboard works.
Any USB, yeah. Maybe not the fancy ones. Also, you want to make sure that you hit yes here, because if you hit no, you're gonna have to go the slow way back.
Yeah, that's what turbo mashing really helps, is that I don't accidentally get a no when I'm mashing anymore. Helps a lot for
especially in this game where you only need to hold one, mash the other. In Scarlet and Violet, if you're doing like the Japanese runs where double turbo is allowed, you have to be careful in certain text boxes for it not to hit the B button.
Yeah.
In certain places. Anyway, we've got 2 of the proofs. Now it's time to get the last one. And if T-Pat didn't forget, which I didn't tell him to, if he didn't grab the Diamond Clan, he's gonna have to do funky backups.
Oh, wait. What am I? Oh, I definitely got Diamond Clan. It's embedded in my... Like, I went clearly into the
I have forgotten it once. Sorry, not Diamond Clan. Diamond Settlement.
Settlement, yeah.
Interesting that Diamond Settlement is in the Crimson Millions, and the Pearl one is in the Alabaster Islands. Anyway, here's now the 3rd lake. We get sent a 3rd funny picture from Arceus, which then opens up the cave. It's like, hey, look at this dank meme.
I'm like, yo,
and
sweet.
Look
door. At this meme. I mean, honestly, that's what this is all dank memes. This is what all my phone is. Like, my camera roll, just all memes. Pictures of me, nah. Memes, yeah. Here's the last one, the Alpha Overquill. And this is the reason why picking Irida is actually faster. She only has 1 text box here. And Adamin's just like, yo, my father fought this a long time ago in the Ancient War, and it's venomous with its... And it's like, I get it. I get it,
Ancient War is a little bit too much, but sure.
Something like that.
Anyway,
so this is a weird range, not because of our attack stat, but from our defense stats, because the Overquill will use double edge, and the more damage it does to us, barring it doesn't crit, and that's actually not a lot, the more likely we are to kill. This is actually not a super great range for this one specifically, but I did get it.
You did get it.
So getting 2 out of 3 is totally fine.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you miss the range, it double edges again, it kills you, and you kill it. So it's like, worst case scenario, you're still getting it KO'd. It's just
it's the least consequential.
It's the least consequential missing. The worst range was the Gudra, especially when we didn't do Haunter strats, because if you with Alpha Sneasel, where if you didn't get the KO, you were in trouble.
You were likely to get it with the Alpha, because the Alpha was much more powerful. This is the worst of the trials.
Because you actually have to do something, or because you just badly...
No, because the Azelf just spawned behind me at the last one.
How?
You're gonna see, buddy. So the Azelf, for me specifically, has a history of just spawning behind me on the last hit.
And then I'm just still questioning how. That should not be possible.
Oh, you'll see. I've had it be in the tunnel before. Because, you know, there's the tunnel it's into, like, this Coliseum area. It's been in the tunnel. In that tunnel, like, behind where Adamin is standing, is where it spawned.
Yeah. All you have to do
These
is
have
hit
been
it.
good, but it's this last one, not this one. Is this last one? Is it's very likely to spawn behind me now.
Let's see. Let's see. Is it a spawn behind you, or is it just my presence gonna be not spawning behind you?
Kind of above me, but
Interesting. I've never actually
like
seen that.
that's the best. Is like it usually crowds me and is like straight above me, but it almost always spawns behind me. It's I kid you not, and Valkyrie can confirm. Like it's been in the tunnel.
All right, if
I was just
Valkyrie
like,
can confirm, then I
why?
believe, then I believe you. Because if I've seen some weird stuff in Scarlet and Violet, Valkyrie has seen some weird stuff in
The Legends Arceus.
Legends Arceus. I'm pretty sure he's seen more crashes of this game than we have combined.
Yeah,
Which
so
is
this is why
definitely
we
a
do this
fact
one
because I've seen
last, is
zero.
that this load is fast because it's basically just a warp. It's not a new area.
That's another thing I figured out and told everyone to do. Because we love saving time.
I was gonna say, like, this game had, like, a history of just, like, if we didn't figure out something new within a week, we were, like, slacking.
Yeah.
There were new scratches coming up, like, every day.
Every day we're thinking of new Pokemon and new stuff that we could do. It was eventually at some point that we start to slow down, but it was mainly a meme where every day there's a new route change.
Yeah. It was so funny. The most recent route change was just the one at the very beginning where you run out of Fieldlands after day 1 to skip a...
That's not a route change. That's just optimization.
It's not a route change. It was just an optimization. But that's definitely the most recent thing found. And I think if you're going for world record, the route change that you're doing is after Machop, you parkour up where the Wisp is, and you don't go for Growlithe at all. You just go get a Vulpix Glameow right when you climb up, and that's it.
Growlithe is definitely a very slower but much more safer strat.
Yeah, which is why I still go for it.
Kind of depends on what you're going for. I've always had the opinion that certain times in certain games you should go for, but anything else you really, really just shouldn't go. Like, I think if you want to do this game and you want to really get into this game and you want like a really, really ambitious goal, sub 4 is a great goal to have.
Sub 4, if you're getting sub 4 in this game, you are doing fantastic.
Like, that is a great goal to go for.
And I know
anything
you're
else,
probably looking at
SRC.
Stop. Yeah, you're looking at SRC and you're saying, oh, the world record's a 3:39. And we're telling you that 21 minutes slower than that is literally fantastic.
Yeah.
Just what Hulk and Shady did when they were in this world record arms race, and which was great for the overall game because we were seeing strats being developed and just the game being pushed to its absolute limit, which was really, really cool to see. But they left the rest of us in the dust. If you are getting sub 4 in this game, you are a top runner. Like, it is so wonderful to get sub 4. Getting 420 or 430 in this game is an accomplishment in itself. Because things can go wrong very quickly, and even doing like the feeding can be like a little sluggish, but doing it right is more important than doing it fast.
Yeah. Also, we have the Valkyrie in chat saying that apparently he had a crash every day during the hundo.
What a
and his
madman.
Cashable world record VOD also starts with a crash. He's seen some wacky stuff in this game, just as how much I've seen so much dumb stuff in Scarlet and Violet. It's actually insane, the amount of dumb stuff I've seen, including today where I found something new. Where apparently the game's lighting does not want to work.
Scarlet Violet glitch exhibition win.
The problem is half the glitches I can't actually recreate. Half of them I can.
Yeah, the what was it, the 1.2 patch?
Yeah, the 1.2 patch, the worst decision Game Freak has ever made.
Yeah. Goodbye, Super Glide. I miss you. And I didn't even run glitchless, but I thought it was cool. I like did it, and I was like, Ma, I'm doing a glitch. I'm doing it. It's like riding a bike for the first time. Getting your first glitch. That isn't like, oh, the Flamigo is standing in the building.
Scarlet another time. This is Arceus. If you type in the command Scarvy in Valkyrie's chat, you say play PLA. It's a better game.
Oh, that's funny. I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, this game is honestly super fun. Like it got a lot of flack for being a really boring intro and a really boring outro, but then Scarlet and Violet happened, and now it doesn't really seem all that bad anymore.
Yeah, it's like I used to actually be one of those people who actually complained a little bit about the intro and the end game of this game, and then I was like, "Oh, hi, Scarlet and Violet." And then Scarlet and Violet says, "It's like, hi, we like to
double that.
Make you disappointed about making the intro even longer."
Yeah, so I always like to say we can play the game at the 24-minute mark of this game. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet's 48.
Yeah.
This game has a 50-minute end game, and Scarlet Violet is, I would argue, it's closer to 45. But the cutscenes between Penny and Arvin is like almost 10 minutes.
Again, wrong game. Anyway, this guy, he didn't like us when we first met, and he's just then afterwards just
it's the chef
reluctantly
guy,
serving
right?
us food, and now turns out here's the biggest
He's a ninja
of the entire game. He's a ninja.
And he's also Wally's ancestor, so he will be using both a Gardevoir and a Gallade.
Yeah, before we do that, we do have to find out his other two, Miss Magius and Sneasler. Right now we have a
I'm not gonna do strong style. I'm just gonna YOLO it here.
Okay, sure, you can do that. I mean, you can still. I guess you could still try that.
Because of the hypnosis.
That's gonna go Power Gem. So hopefully this time you try, and this time don't get double hit. Oh, okay. Thankfully we have 5. So
yeah, backup strat is Haunter. And I hope I still have that revive that you said I probably have.
You should. No, you're given a max revive, I believe. At some point.
We just Dark Pulse here or Shadow Ball?
Shadow Ball is always stronger.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Shadow Ball. Dark Pulse is just a quicker move.
Yeah, go Shadow Ball here. Here, Sneasel's not gonna come out. Gardevoir's gonna come out next now. We're gonna get Calm Mind. That's interesting.
If I can hard switch, I will.
Don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna hard switch because it's.
I guess you only need one Sneasel.
Right, because I have 2 Sneasels.
Yeah. So yeah, you're gonna get Psychic. That's gonna die.
And that's why I use the low level
the next one and just strong poison jab, and you should be good.
So this did preserve a turn. I was gonna have to revive the Haunter if it died.
Yeah, so thankfully AI is being nice. Strong poison jab, right?
Because I'm a little out of order, I gotta
safe.
take this. Yeah, I'm a little out of order on the notes because the move order is different, or the order is different. So
we got double sleeped, which is nice.
Oh,
Gallade should just cycle cut you, or is it just Swords Dance? That's a cycle cut.
Okay, this is fine. And Haunter's fast enough that we're not worried about the agile style getting an extra turn here.
And then Haunter, we then go Wrong Shadow Ball, I believe. Yeah.
And then the Sneasler is the last thing, but that's what the gas was.
Because Gallade is surprisingly very specially bulky. There goes Gallade. And then here comes the Sneasler. Should take you out. Maybe.
Agile Dire Claw. That not gonna kill him though.
No, yeah. I don't think you can actually.
I don't even think he's gonna outright kill.
Oh, that crit.
Do I have any good moves?
The answer is Shadow Ball. And then just like do a chip.
Nice crit.
Nice crit. Maybe that's not a nice crit.
Yeah. Maybe
not. You could try
double crit.
Shadow Ball. No.
Okay,
then
strong style's good.
Strong style
that's
dive,
good.
oh yeah, then you just switch into Gastrodon, and that takes the
In fact, I
knockout.
don't even need to select it. It's just the last Pokemon on my party, so it will come out automatically.
Oh, nice time save. Make sure you click the F power though.
Yeah.
There you go. I don't think
was,
this thing can. Oh wait, close combat can still sting, so you don't want that to happen.
Yeah, it can't kill though.
Unless like.
Yeah, that was a very
It does
sloppy
have sword
fight.
stance, so you have to be careful about that.
If getting Benny right, like if that was a PB attempt, I easily lost a minute on that fight. In fact, I'll check. I lost a minute and a half on that fight.
Yeah.
It went so poorly. But
Yeah,
you did get free heals,
50%.
thankfully.
Well, at least the run didn't die, so that's fun.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, I believe Volo gives you a max revive.
As long as it goes into my inventory.
Which it did.
Yeah, it did,
Because
but I
you
got a
didn't
little
get the
nervous
text-
because I've had moments where it hasn't.
Because you didn't get the text box
That said,
for item went to inventory after the cutscene with Volo and the other character I hate. That we don't mention the name. Anyway, little thing that's also found by me is that you walk forward just a little bit. So you sneak between the two.
because Weird Ear can't squeeze. It's like, oh, excuse me, come right past you, and then you get on Weird Ear.
Yeah. Slightly
So
faster
you're laying
movement.
there.
Yeah. Found a lot of slightly minor optimizations. The Gastrodon is like the biggest thing that I've suggested. And still used to this day. I don't think Gastrodon will ever get replaced by
It's just too
anything.
good. It's the lowest level thing we have in our party right now, and it's so good. And it's the only
Yeah.
thing that's endured.
You'd be
the
surprised.
whole way.
It's just surprising that a Pokemon that slow is just one of the best Pokemon used in a speed run. But considering how this game works, it's actually just fine. Anyway,
Hey, it's a world champion Pokemon.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that in that case, it's used against Kyogre most of the time. And in this case, it's just used to dispatch Pokemon that are weak to ground. So yeah, Haunt is now finished, done most of its job. There's one more job it can do sometimes. Here, the high horsepower, we
Yeah.
actually get the hit, which is actually good.
Funny enough, the Snorlax is like the ground type of this team,
Yeah.
even though there is a ground type Pokemon that does not know ground type moves.
Yeah, because they thought that was a good idea. I mean, this is also the same people who thought that only electric type moves on Electivire was also a good idea. So
There
Yeah, so
I'm
here-
checking if the Swords Dance is going to combo. If it does, I will use it. If not, I have to go for Strong Pulse Combat. And the same will be true for this next Pokemon, the Clefable.
Clefable should just kill you with Psychic.
Ooh, good combo.
No!
That's great.
Interesting. So you can just Poison Jab here, right?
Yeah, I think I have to Strong because of the defensive boost.
Real. Yeah, you probably might have to Strong, but yeah, that's
I did
really
it to be
good.
safe, but it's great to not be KO'd. And this
Yeah,
is my
and
stronger
you
Sneasel as well.
depending on your Sneasel, it could actually live here. That is no.
So close.
Like I didn't see Strong, and I was like, maybe. And then, oh yeah, close combat's faster than power. I guess so.
Yeah. And we don't even need the strong style. Because it
Yeah,
did
makes sense.
damage to itself.
I was like, really? I was like, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was so
Scarlet
close to
Violet
being...
kind of told me close combat, slow move, don't use.
It would have been faster if I would have gotten Stealth Rock and not Double Edge there, and then I wouldn't have died.
Yeah,
and
but
would
unfortunately
KO'd.
went for the knockout. I've lived a -1 double edge at one point, if I remember correctly. The run didn't really mean much, but it was a thing.
So if you donated for Adaman, this upcoming fight is why the run is different. Adaman is more consistent. The old way was just, we're going to catch Dialga now. If we picked Irida, we would have to catch Palkia. Fighting Dialga is far more consistent, because instead of just YOLO throwing Ultra Balls, which was the old way before we knew what the catch rate formula was, it was like we now know it was a 19% chance to just catch a YOLO Ultra Ball. Not bad, but we found out a better way. Dialga being a steel type means it's weak to close combat. We can do way more damage with close combat than we could do to Palkia, which is water dragon, not really weak to like anything. And then furthermore, the secondary effect we're gonna do is Haunter's Hypnosis. Status moves are huge when it comes to the catch rate formula. So to stack more damage with Hypnosis will make it a near guaranteed catch. Near. It'll be like 95+%. But we have to hit the Hypnosis. We're gonna use strong Hypnosis at 90% accuracy.
One little no fun fact about Hypnosis accuracy. So Hypnosis, for the most part, has actually been 60%, with the exception of the original Diamond and Pearl, where they actually upped it to 70%, but realized that was a mistake, and so they reduced it back down to 60 in Platinum.
Nice. Oh, hey,
So-
cutscene. Oh, the red chain didn't work. What?
I kind of neutralized it a little bit. Not going.
I guess it's not glowing.
Yeah. So this one we're gonna use close combat. I guess it's not strong close combat. It's just
We are. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
it is
gonna use
strong. All right.
We use
I remember,
strong
like, how
unless you're
Batista
level
you didn't.
58. If you're 58, you have a chance to kill with strong. Here you don't. So we need to do as much damage as
Yeah,
possible.
yellow's fine.
And that's not even
So
like
here we
a
get
really
power.
impressive
Then we
amount
go
of damage.
to Haunter. We then use strong hypnosis, and well, hope for the 1 in 10 not to happen.
Nice.
Nice. So if you see an
Okay.
animation of strong style, you know you've landed it. If you didn't
Yeah.
see it, then
You
it's
missed.
kind of. It also hypnosis is nice because there's a 50-50 chance that Dialga just doesn't move, which is a really nice thing. So yeah,
Yeah.
this is way more consistent. What I'll explain the Palkia fight. So if we had Palkia, we would have to on the first turn use a strong poison jab.
Which
and
gives us
hope
a
for the-
50% chance to poison it, and then we get the damage and the status in the same move.
Yeah.
But then it's only like, what, 80% to catch in that case?
And that's
But
assuming
you would
you
save a
get the
turn.
50-50.
Yeah.
And also assumes that Palkia, and it's a good thing we actually have 3 poison jab users, because if we didn't and we only had 1, if Palkia outsped the Sneasel, which it can happen, we
Yeah,
would
it's
have
faster.
problems. We would actually have legitimate problems. But thankfully, we don't have to deal with that. Thankfully,
All right,
we didn't deal
we
with that.
caught
Dialga's
Dialga,
more consistent.
so the RGB sky's gonna go away, right?
No, unfortunately,
Oh,
Dialga's...
there's 2 Almighty Sinnohs?
Yes, apparently they were both right all along.
What? Oh, hey, more
And this-
RGB sky.
And this one does not. And this one, we don't have the red chain to stop its overflowing power. And so we're gonna have to run away.
Yeah, let's retreat.
It really loves pink and purple, apparently. And just like spreading it all over around and saying, screw blue and red. Pink and purple's a new thing with a tad bit of green.
Now, thankfully, the professor who was around here was smart enough to pick up the red chain pieces.
Somehow. Allegedly. He apparently picked up some of the pieces, and apparently he has a theory where use the pieces plus some ore plus some use of magic plates. You put them all in a blender, and we'll create the ultimate Pokeball.
Well, the idea is, like, we're here to help unify, like, people and Pokemon, like, as friends. But what if we unify the great Pokemon resource known as the Red Chain and the great human resource known as a Pokeball into one?
And then
And
use
that
magic plates to
unification will
do-
become the ultimate device.
Sure, let's go with that. Let's go with that plot summary.
That's how I always interpreted it.
And then use the plates as magic to fuse them all together. Because apparently we do use the plates for something. I don't exactly know what, but we do use the plates that we've collected to do that.
The plates are cutting board.
That is true. Yeah, yeah, that's what they are.
Khajiit is literally using the pixie plate right now to like chop carrots.
Yep.
It just. They have a very delightful pink taste to them.
And apparently, oh yeah, and she's later gonna come to actually Jubilee Village to do some shopping.
Yeah, and then the worst part about that is like, oh, you're gonna go fight the Great Almighty Sinnoh? Well, you better have the other legendary in your party, or I'm not even gonna allow you to leave the village. Before we got banished from the village, now we're gonna be not even allowed to leave.
Yeah, fun fact about that, if you have the Pokemon and then deposit it afterwards, which you can do, and try and do the final fight, you still can't do the final fight. They will ask you, hey, where's the other part? And then, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why we keep that extra party slot, because now
So
Dialga is in our party right now.
And it's actually going to be used right now, actually, if he remembers to actually, you know, do the switcheroo. So we're going to pick up some Origin Ore, which is apparently something that exists underneath us.
Shiny! Should I go for it?
Yes. That's a shiny Luxio. Just try for
and
it.
I have the Ultra Balls too. Hold on.
Yeah, go for it. Where is it?
It's up there. Do I still have a Stealth Spray? I don't.
You don't have Stealth Spray, but you do have stun items. Just go for the shiny.
Oh, I don't have enough stun items.
Just go.
You know what?
Kill it.
We could just battle it. We can get it in battle. See, it's not gonna do any damage to us. Here, I got these Ultra Balls from Kamado. Let's get it! Let's get the shiny. It's a good shiny too. Yes, we caught it! Woo! Shiny Luxio in a speedrun. Ayo. How about that to cap off this marathon run?
It is only time wasting on the fact that we catch it, but you know.
I'm way underestimate. Listen, we got 20 minutes. There's only like 5 minutes left of the game.
Oh yeah, that is. Actually,
it's time.
It's
I haven't seen a shiny in so long. This is like finally got a shiny.
And you got in a marathon run, so you actually have more people actually seeing it. Yay. Anyway,
is this the first marathon shiny? Let's go.
Do you guys remember the Misfortune Sisters?
Oh wait, they're here, man.
Yeah. Apparently, they don't care about the end of the world, so they're just going to fight us. Apparently, Clover was part of a Diamond clan, and Coin was part of the Pearl clan. There's some lore for you. But they left because apparently they didn't like. And then the other one
was like the Galaxy Squad.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was part of the Galaxy.
Anyway, they have no idea that we literally just caught the Deity of Time, so they're about to get ourselves a really, really hard lesson of just saying hello to Dialga Earth Power. Here's a funny thing you should do, just for lols. On the Gengar, strong Earth Power. Just do it.
I think it works better with Palkia because Palkia is just taller.
It's still funny.
I'll give it a try.
You get it.
Yeah, now I'm 50-50 to hit, so it's super cool.
And Shadow Ball because they got rid of Hex. Oh, of course.
I might. No, they're strong.
No, you're dead.
Well, I'm dead.
Well, guess what? The Dialga might not be. But guess what we can do? We can set its own Reverend Decay. Or Slug. Slug works too. Do what Dialga couldn't do.
Yeah. It's
Kill a ghost.
It's so awful to get to this point, be barely on PB pace, and then get cringed on by Charm in a fight that should not exist in this game.
I'm just gonna say this right now. There were 4 hypnosises that you had to go through, and you didn't hit any of them.
Not a single one, man.
You lost every
0.
coin. It's like current day Lugia hitting the wrong coin flip 4 times in a row.
No, man. This is the price we had to pay to get a shiny.
Also, yeah, so you had the shiny, except you lost every coin flip. How do you feel?
We got a shiny! Yeah! Let's go! Honestly, the shiny's way more hype. That's a
And
small.
now-
Well, listen, 1 in 16 to miss 4 hypnosis coin flips. 1 in 4,096 to get a shiny. Yeah, that's
I think
fair.
we'd take those.
I would take that. In a marathon
Especially
run,
the fact that you're gonna be
absolutely.
you're gonna be like 10 minutes underestimate.
Hey, chat, what's your favorite shiny? Mine is Umbreon.
Mine's delayed.
I had a pet
Also,
peeve.
here's something
Umbreon,
that
all sorts of
I
content.
also found as well. I did this by accident, by the way. You're supposed to talk to the professor. They mentioned you're supposed to talk to the professor in the other camp, but turns out, and I did this by complete accident one time, I went to the wrong camp, and so I figured out, can you just talk to the professor? Turns out you
Yeah.
can.
Yep.
It doesn't actually matter which camp.
It's the same professor.
It's the same professor. He
It
apparently has
really
the
is the
ability
same
to walk
professor.
as well.
He's just moving really fast between the 3 different camps.
Sure.
They're at the same time. So this is the part where he's like, okay, I need some space to work on this crafting, and he's gonna come back with the origin ball. The origin
Which-
ball.
It's supposed to be like the Master Ball, but
Master
it looks
Ball.
more like a Cherish Ball.
It
if you
does
ask
look
me.
like a Cherish ball. Bring back the Cherish ball, Game Freak.
I mean, the Cherish Ball's always been in the game. It's just you can never use it yourself. It's always like event only.
Ah, yes. There's our origin ball.
Yeah. Created from magic tablets, the bit of a red chain,
And the heart of a
And the-
champion.
and the crafting of both a professor and his assistant.
I should have said the heart of the card.
Actually,
That would've been
Akari is
fair.
actually the one who made the ball, actually. Because she's actually better at crafting than the
Oh
professor.
yeah, she's like the master crafter.
Yeah.
You may be the best Pokemon catcher, but I'm the best crafter in the Galaxy team. That's like her dialogue. Oh, and this is where Kajita's. It's just like,
Oh,
hey,
so
how'd
this
you
is the
get here
word,
without
right? If you don't have
dying?
Dialga,
And she's like,
You
I
go
have
get
my
your
ways.
ass. You go back to that pasture and go get Dialga right now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm not letting you leave.
I'll
And also
mention this
I'm
now
gonna do
because
some
we
shopping.
won't see it, but she gets here based on the back of Eternatus, or not Eternatus. God, what's the Enamorus? The worst Pokemon to ever exist in any Pokemon game. Enamorus is the genie, the fairy type genie. And, oh, it sucks.
Unfortunately
Sucks so
for
bad.
me, I think the Ghost Dog in Gen 9 is starting to become the Pokemon I hate more.
What? You don't like Houndstone?
As a
Or Gravard?
speedrunner,
Oh,
no, I don't.
You don't like Gravard because they poke out of the ground, they can't see them.
Yeah, Houndstone's fine. Gravard. No, Houndstone's funny because of his signature move, Last Respects. But, Gravard, no.
Oh, hey, here's Volo. He's definitely not looking sus today.
Yeah.
He's
no.
definitely not going to backstab us in the postgame
Also-
at all.
I just want to say, my respect for Dialga and Palkia went up after this game because they have good taste in music.
Oh god, the music's amazing.
No, they
Yeah,
have a good
we are coming up on the end game. I'll mention that time ends on the fade to black after I defeat the Palkia. It is actually before the final cutscene, which of course we will watch. But yeah, time is coming up in about a minute and a half or so.
Yeah. Well, I guess 2 because you are watching the cutscene. The fight. There is actually. So I actually want to explain a little bit of the fight. There is actually a rage skip for this fight.
There is. It's impossible.
It's incredibly hard to go for. Even harder than
Really
the Avalon
impossible.
rage skip, but it is possible. The main thing is that apparently people theorize that the fights are slightly different after the rage phase for Palkia and Dialga, but this has never been proven to be true. So, yeah.
Oh,
so
hey, it's transforming into
something.
origin form.
It's transforming itself into a horse.
Oh, whoa!
Also,
The Temple of
temple's
Sinnoh
destroyed.
is now
it looks
Spear Pillar.
now it looks like the other thing in a
From
future
the
game.
future! Well, it's the present day, really. Dialga protected us from that blast because, I mean, this is how the Temple of Sinnoh became Spear Pillar. It also destroyed all the Pokemon statues, the Nobles and the Ride Pokemon, so that's why we never saw them in the present day. We never even knew they existed.
Anyway, here's Horse Palkia, because apparently he doesn't want arms anymore.
I'll let you do the talking because this is also a focus fight.
So this is definitely a focus fight. So Palkia, so the first phase that Palkia does, especially when you hear this awesome music, which I cannot hear, this Eurobeat. First phase is that Palkia will be bringing down meteors. Palkia will be doing 4 meteor attacks. And as we do that, we want to blast as much as we can while also avoiding. When the meteor strikes, there's going to create an AoE effect where we cannot stand, otherwise we will take continuous damage. That's going to happen for the next 4 meteors. The second thing that's then going to happen is, I don't know if you're going to do this, but there's actually a damage boost stat that you can do by damage boosting on the thing. He's not actually going to do it, but you actually need to do it if you want to go for the
That's about as good as I can do that.
Yeah. So we get actually almost at 4 HP, and now we're going to start throwing a little bit more up forward, and this one's going to do... Depends. You can either do either fast media or live media.
Time's
live
coming up.
Media is better, but that's absolutely fine. And time is now.
That's a great Palkia fight.
That was a very good Palkia fight. Obviously, if you knew how to go for the
the damage boost. I don't quite. That's kind of like the last thing in my repertoire that I don't quite have.
Oh no, I never go for the
This
damage
was a great
boost
run.
either.
I mean, 408 with all cutscenes is honestly a really great run, and we got a shiny out of the deal, which ain't too shabby.
But we have the most important thing. We underestimate. We also saved Sinnoh, but that doesn't matter.
We've got the weather back! Yeah! I've got a job back again! Yeah! Woo!
Wow.
We did it! So because time ends before that cutscene, you actually get to always watch the cutscene.
Yeah.
So that's the only one I've like ever...
I'm used to
That's
not
like the only one I've
actually
ever
end
seen.
that cutscene.
There is another cutscene that I also watch when I do catch 'em all runs. I watch the one where Giratina comes out in the Volo fight. It's unskippable to me. It's just like, I can't... This is the best... It's one of the best moments in all of Pokemon.
Before anyone else, yes, I know Palkia and Dialga are supposed to be looking like closer resemblances to Arceus by removing their hands, but Palkia still just looks like a horse.
It does.
And
But
also,
that's
really,
Legends Arceus.
you want to be closer to Arceus? You really want to sacrifice your hands? I think Arceus would just be disappointed in you.
But yeah, that's Legends Arceus. Saving the day and helping the professor catch some Pokemon and get some research in, and we have both the legendaries. Yeah, this is like a really fun, really involved run. It's definitely not a beginner-friendly run. There is very much like a high skill learning curve, both at the beginner level and at the expert level as well. But of course, any of us would be more than happy to help you out or coach you. In fact, a lot of us have been on voice calls with each other, just like coaching. And honestly, Crisis, you were like the first to coach me at the intermediate level, and then Valkyrie gave me some advice at like the higher levels, and it really helped me get really good at this game. And it's just so fun, it's so involved, it's so different than a normal Pokemon run, that it's a really nice change of pace, as frustrating as it can be. Make sure to join the Switch Discord. You can find Crisis and me there, and a lot of other people that would be willing to help you. You could also just DM us directly. We are just obviously great people, and I play all the new Pokemon Switch games. So Let's Go, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, this game, and Scarlet Violet. Like, you can catch me speedrunning all of those. So if you want to see some cool Pokemon speedruns of the new games, certainly would recommend that you can find me over on Twitch at ThomasPatrickWX. You can find me there. And yeah, that's what I got. And thank you very much to Crisis for for doing this. I know it was a little later for you, but I very much
mean-
appreciate you having around.
I mean, it's only 1:50 in the morning. Like, it's not degenerate hours quite yet.
Not, yeah, not quite
Initially,
yet.
when this thing was scheduled, I was like, oh god, I'm gonna be sleeping at 4, aren't I? So that's gonna be a fun one. But yeah, no, it was really fun having me around, and I really did enjoy commentating this run. We had some highs, we had some lows. We had a shiny, and you missed 4 hypnosis things.
It's just all part of the marathon experience. So yeah, go follow Crisis or Crisis-saurus by your full name. You're doing a lot of Scarlet Violet these days.
Yeah, so I'm currently working on I'm currently working on the Scarlet and Violet World Record sweep. I am trying to go for every single Scarlet and Violet category. So far, I actually now officially could say I have half of the world record. So I have 9 out of 18, and I'm currently working on some of the other categories. Some of the short ones, some of the long ones, and hopefully, if all goes well, by the end of May, I should have all 18.
Well, good luck. I'll be cheering for you for sure.
I'm gonna need it.
But yeah, that's all I have. Again, I'm T-Pat. This is Legends Arceus, and I'll see you guys back here in a couple weeks. I'll actually be running Let's Go Eevee for this marathon in 3 Saturdays from now, in 2 weekends on a Saturday. So yeah, that's all from me. And if there's anything else, anybody want to say anything else?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for donating. Appreciate you watching. And